Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, despite the fact that it happened almost 6 years ago, June 12, 2015, a day I'll never forget. It was a typical evening at Yellowstone National Park when I started my shift. My name is Aidan Whitehorse, and at the time I had been working as a park ranger for about 5 years. Born and raised in a small Sioux community in South Dakota, working as a park ranger seemed like a natural choice for me. It allowed me to stay close to my roots while also indulging my love for the great outdoors, but no amount of experience could have prepared me for what happened that night. I was on my usual patrol route when my radio suddenly turned to static. Assuming it was just a temporary glitch, I ignored it and continued along my path. It wasn't until later that I found out that the radio interference was actually the start of something much more sinister. Not far from one of our surveillance cameras, I noticed scattered trash around what used to be a campsite. There were probably some campers who didn't respect our leave no trace policy. As I cleaned up the mess, I stumbled upon something quite unusual: large claw marks on nearby aspen tree trunks. The marks seemed too large for any common predators in the area, black bears or mountain lions, so naturally I couldn't help but feel concerned about what could have made them deciding to investigate further. I ventured deeper into the forest. Soon enough I stumbled upon a group of terrified hikers, 3 young guys who looked like they'd seen a ghost. They were all out of breath and clearly in distress. Their story unfolded, detailing how they witnessed an unnaturally large creature with piercing red eyes attack and killed their friend. I guided the traumatized hikers back to safety, while also dealing with an overwhelming sense of unease and disbelief. Surely, they must have been exaggerating or misinterpreting what they had seen. There's no way a creature like the one they described could exist in Yellowstone. Around that time, Park Ranger Laura Johnson and I decided to double back and investigate the scene of the incident. We had been hopelessly searching when we heard an unearthly howl echoing through the trees, freezing us in our tracks, based on our knowledge of local wildlife. This wasn't anything we had ever encountered before the attack had already happened. A mangled corpse laid before us, evidence of an extremely vicious and ruthless predator. What sickened me was the realization that it wasn't just for food. Most of the body remained untouched, almost as if this attack was solely meant to make a statement. With equipment in hand and dread filling our hearts, Laura and I began our hunt for the creature. Darkness has fully enveloped the park, by now making our pursuit more dangerous with every step. It wasn't until hours later that a familiar figure approached us, our friend and local animal expert Greg Thompson. Apparently, after hearing about what happened from another ranger, Greg did some research and shared his findings with us, as much as I hate to admit it now. His discoveries aligned with old Sioux legends about a horrifying creature known as Mahama, a beast that shouldn't even be real. As daylight broke and backup arrived from nearby law enforcement agencies, I couldn't help but feel helpless, realizing that our world wasn't quite as we understood it. I stood by it powerlessly as paramedics took away the victims' lifeless bodies, while everyone else discussed what happened without truly understanding what was out there. Although days later, we've learned from an elder in my community that Mahama is more than just folklore, an ancient Sioux legend of a malicious beast that has plagued us for generations. That day marked not only my first encounter with the creature, but also the beginning of a terrifying journey, one that challenged everything I believed about our world, and still leaves me questioning what else might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. And while I wish I could provide a sense of closure, there isn't one. The identity and motives of that creature remain an unsolved mystery. Muhammad still casts its long shadow over these lands and, despite my many sleepless nights keeping watch, that haunting creature remains at large, instilling fear in my mind and heart. A reminder that sometimes it's best to let some mysteries remain buried. Over the years, my life has become consumed by my pursuit of this creature. I've dedicated countless hours to research, trying to piece together the fragments of legends and sightings from other park rangers and locals. My once normal existence as a park ranger has now turned into somewhat of an obsession as I search for any clues on how to track and possibly neutralize Mahama. It has also become somewhat of a personal mission to ensure that no more innocent lives are lost. Laura, Greg and I have formed an unbreakable bond as we unite in our quest against the beasts. Our experiences having bound us together in ways we could have never imagined, we have traversed the expansive parklands into the deepest and darkest corners of the wilderness, always hoping to gather more evidence, both for our own knowledge and to convince skeptical authorities that something truly sinister lurks within Yellowstone. As a result of my search, something unexpected began emerging, a growing connection with my Sioux heritage, which I once took for granted. These darkened and mysterious woods have become less daunting. They've instead become filled with an ancient wisdom that guides me in my never-ending hunt for Mahama. It was just another night's shift at Yellowstone National Park when I received the call. The time was 3:15 a.m. and I had been stationed near the Mud Volcano area doing my regular patrol. It was during this mundane routine that everything changed. My name is Tahitin Black Elk and I've been a Sioux Native Park Ranger for 8 years, but that night nothing about my experience would have prepared me for what was to come. "Hey, Tahitin, it's Alan at Dispatch. Sorry to bother you, but we need you to check out something. Dave and Maintenance found one of our more remote security cameras busted up. While reviewing footage from earlier, I sighed but obliged. All right, give me the coordinates, I'll go have a look." As I approached the location, something immediately felt off. I couldn't shake the eerie sensation that grew in the pit of my stomach. Shoving these feelings aside, I began investigating the scene. The scattered remains of the camera hinted toward an unnatural destruction. Unlike any animal activity I had ever seen, a sudden crack echoed through the woods. Leaning down to examine some inexplicable fur caught on a nearby branch, I found myself questioning everything I knew about what we encountered in Yellowstone. "Hey, Alan, are you guys playing tricks on me?" I have joked into my radio while fear gnawed away at my guts. "What do you mean?" He responded nonchalantly. "I don't know. This feels weird." I nervously replied. Just then another park ranger named Derek showed up. "Alan called me in for backup. Since he sensed you were on edge," he explained. Together we continued deeper into the woods in search of clues and stumbled upon a horrific scene. 3 dead campers, brutally mutilated beyond recognition, nestled among their destroyed tents. I exchanged an uneasy glance with Derek. As he muttered under his breath, "This is no bear attack." We immediately contacted law enforcement and tried to piece together the puzzle. Through their on-site investigation and questioning of fellow campers, authorities concluded that our victims were doggedly followed by something unidentifiable before being attacked in the way that defied explanation, forensics, or logic. The next few days, some more gruesome discoveries and a growing unease in the park. Rumors began to swirl about the nature of these attacks. Even locals avoided speaking about them. Curiosity ate away at me and I started searching for explanations after my shifts, turning local archives upside down just for some clarity. It was only when I overheard 2 old-timers discussing an obscure native folklore creature at the nearby diner that things took a drastic turn. My heart dropped as they described the mysterious beast with unnatural strength and speed, tearing apart anything in its path. "What did you call that thing?" I asked hesitantly. The old-timers eyed me cautiously before whispering the Nagloshi. As that horrifying word hung in the air, the entire diner went deathly silent. It was a name only spoken behind closed doors. In fear of summoning it. As I left, shaken but determined to stop this reign of terror, Derek approached me outside. "I heard you asking about the Novoloshi. This goes way beyond anything we're trained for," he confided, "but we have to address this now." Together, we continue to search for answers. Even as more victims surfaced overnight, Yellowstone became completely paralyzed by fear as local authorities raced against time to solve this deadly puzzle. Eventually, while rummaging through dusty records, Derek discovered a long-lost journal detailing the Nagaloshi's origins, embedded deep in local history and legend. Information only found weeks after everything had happened, provided by descendants of white settlers who had taken sanctuary in this area long ago, eager to forget but never speaking about it. At least now we knew what we were dealing with. The beast was out there and it would continue to leave a trail of bloodshed in its wake if nothing was done. Yet, even with our newfound knowledge, the terrifying enigma of this murderous creature remained unresolved as Yellowstone struggled to find closure and heal from its wounds, and to this day the name Navloshi echoes through the air like a curse that haunts us all, a nightmarish reminder that, even in our modern world, some things defy explanation, and terror remains lurking just beyond the shadows. Determined to protect the park and its visitors, Derek and I sought the help of local tribal elders who reluctantly agreed to guide us in combating the Nagloshi. Equipped with traditional knowledge that had been passed down through generations, we ventured into the heart of Yellowstone's wilderness, leaving behind the safety of our familiar ranger roles as we delved deeper into the ominous forest. An unsettling stillness blanketed our surroundings, a sign that we were entering the territory of an ancient evil. Accompanied by our trusted tribal mentors, we spent countless days tracking the Nagloshi's movements, while learning how to perform sacred rituals and rites in order to confront the beasts on equal terms. Night after night, we witnessed shocking horrors that tested our resolve as never before. Unspeakable carnage and destruction, unlike anything seen within the park's boundaries during this grim battle against time and terror. An uneasy alliance formed between rangers and tribal elders, as both parties acknowledged their shared responsibility to protect these sacred lands from further desecration. Finally, one fateful night, after weeks of preparation, the opportunity presented itself to face the dreaded Nagloshi in a final standoff that would decide Yellowstone's fate. With our hearts pounding and breaths held tight, Derek and I stood side by side with our native allies while chanting age-old incantations under a darkened sky. It was then that the chilling presence of the bloodthirsty creature loomed near, its growls echoing through the trees like echoes from another realm. As we brace for an epic confrontation between man and monster, little did we know just how profoundly our lives, and those of everyone connected to Yellowstone, were about to change forever. The crisp autumn air left me breathless as I patrolled the perimeter of Yellowstone National Park. As a Sioux native and park ranger, I have a responsibility to preserve and protect the land that has been my home my entire life. My name is Wakapi Pachenga, and I've been doing this job for over 15 years now. I thought nothing could surprise me until that fateful night your late my partner to Maya Societies that she handed me a steaming cup of coffee again. We enjoyed poking fun at each other. It was just a part of our long, lasting friendship. "Blame my mom," I grumbled. Smiling back, she called to ask if I'm using enough blankets when I sleep. The park was vast and our jobs sometimes got monotonous. These small playful exchanges kept us going through the night shifts. At first, we didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The animals were making their usual sounds and there was nothing to miss with our equipment. However, after several hours on patrol, we came across something unexpected that would change everything too. Maya's flashlight caught sight of a mangled deer carcass lying in a pool of blood. It was a gruesome sight like none we had ever seen before, its entrance torn open with an unnerving precision. "I have never seen anything like this," Tamaya murmured, her voice shaking as she surveyed the scene. We racked our brains for explanations. Bears usually didn't attack in such an aggressive manner. Despite initial hesitation, we reported our findings to our supervisor before cautiously moving on. As tension between us grew, we encountered something even more chilling: deep gouges and tree trunks high above our heads. Fears settled in my chest when I realized whatever inflicted those marks had to be massive. With every step deeper into the dense forest, we found more eerie signs: torn clothing, abandoned belongings, and eventually a makeshift campsite destroyed beyond recognition. This wasn't the work of a bear or any other animal species we knew to Maya, and I couldn't help but panic. We had unknowingly put ourselves in extreme danger. Our flashlight beams were wildly jittering. As we discussed our next move, our voices trembled as we weighed our options. Should we run or seek cover and wait for help before deciding? An ear-piercing screech echoed through the trees, paralyzing us with terror. A monstrous creature leaped from the shadows, fury blazing within its eyes like hellfire. It was the mythical At-Holistic, known for hunting on these sacred grounds. It stood tall on its hind legs with razor-sharp teeth that gleamed even in the dim light, frozen in place to Maya, and I desperately searched for a way to escape. The owl's tax snarled and lunged towards us, but I managed to sidestep out of its path just in time, screamed as her rifle fired repeatedly until it was empty. Injured but not defeated, the creature slipped back into the shadows, disappearing as suddenly as it appeared. Little did we know, this marked just the beginning of our long battle with this nightmarish beast. With rifles in hand and hearts racing, we maneuver through the dark forests swiftly yet cautiously, determined to protect Yellowstone from this fight born of ancient myths. Days later, after narrowly escaping with our lives, a third party revealed to us that we were victims of a legendary creature forgotten by time. The relentless tech haunted these lands for centuries, unknown to us, embodying vengeance, and raged at human encroachment on sacred grounds. Recounting my own chilling encounter made me realize that monsters do exist lurking within the shadows of legends, waiting patiently for their next prey to mire, and I found ourselves unexpectedly thrust into the spotlight as news of our encounter spread. The park became a place of fascination for both believers and skeptics alike, each clamoring for the chance to prove or disprove this legendary beast's existence. Our supervisors offered us leave, but we were determined to ensure the safety of our park and all who visited it. We formed a task force equipped with specialized tools and resources dedicated to tracking down what once seemed imaginary as days turned into weeks. We ventured deeper into territories untouched by human influence, uncovering more evidence. Piece by piece, the terrain tested us physically and mentally, but with each stride forward, our bond grew stronger as we fought to protect these sacred lands from an unseen evil. With respect and caution, we approached our adversary, a being that now held meaning beyond wildlife preservation. This mission was about preserving the delicate balance between nature and humanity, a balance that rested on the shoulders of two park rangers who found themselves in the eye of a storm they could never have anticipated. It was another late night on the job, and I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that had settled in my gut. My name is Thomas Blackout, a Sioux native park ranger at Yellowstone. My buddy James and I were on our usual patrol route near the edge of the park, giving each other a hard time, as we often did. James took a long drag from his cigarette before passing it to me. "Hey, quick question." He started with a sarcastic tone. "You ever actually put out any forest fires? Or is that just for PR? Out of all your dumb questions, that one ranks high up there." I replied while taking a puff off the cigarette. I handed it back to him, shaking my head. We continued on our route amidst our usual banter when we stumbled upon something strange. A group of deer lay dead in an unnatural formation, perfectly spaced apart in some grotesque pattern. The sight was both puzzling and stomach-churning. "These don't look like hunting kills," observed James as he cautiously stepped closer to examine the scene. "Definitely not," I agreed. That's when we heard it, a low, guttural sound resonating from somewhere within the trees. Unease spread through us as we glanced around nervously. "I've never heard an animal make that noise before," whispered James, his voice trembling slightly without warning. We found ourselves under attack. The creature responsible for those sounds was an enormous beast, resembling a twisted mix between man and wolf, covered in thick fur, with piercing red eyes that exuded malevolence. This absolutely couldn't be anything we'd encountered before, let alone even heard of. It lunged at James, first ripping into him mercilessly with its razor-sharp claws, while coldly ignoring the bullets bouncing off its hide. Then it turned to me, bloodlust evident in its gaze as I struggled to reload my gun. That's when something unexpected happened. James, severely injured but still conscious, managed to pull enough strength together to plunge his knife into the creature's leg. It let out a howl of anguish and retreated into the tree line, giving me enough time to throw my friend over my shoulder and begin our desperate race towards safety. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled back into the park ranger station, both covered in blood, some mine, most of James. We quickly recounted our experience to the others. Disbelief coated their faces as shock and confusion took center stage. But denial wasn't an option anymore. Days later we learned from a third-party source that what we faced was called Lahi, an ancient native myth about a malevolent creature that terrorized villages centuries ago. With my soul lineage at play in this revelation, the horrifying ordeal weighed even heavier on me. As for James and me, we vowed to never speak of that wretched night again, but deep within us remained terror, the terror that one day Lahi would return to seek vengeance. Months turned into years, and the memory of that night slowly faded into the back of our minds. Life continued as we tried our best to return to normalcy. The uneasiness never truly departed, but we gradually grew accustomed to living with its ever-looming shadow. Our late-night patrols by the edge of the park, however, were replaced by less daunting rounds within the safer confines of Yellowstone. We joke that perhaps our newfound reluctance to go near certain areas can serve more wildlife than we had saved from forest fires. Yet deep within us, the chilling account of Lahi lived on, a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers lurking in this world. As our watchful eyes now scanned familiar sights for unfamiliar shadows, fellow rangers began to grow curious about the obvious change in our demeanor. Whispers about our experience spread through the station like wildfire, some mocking us for believing in legends they perceived as childish fairy tales. Others became fearful, avoiding assigned patrols entirely. It seemed that no matter how much time had passed, there was no escaping. What happened that night? As we stared at death in its crimson gaze, James and I eventually parted ways. He took up a position in another park while I stayed behind. But we never truly forgot Lahi or how it shaped our lives forever, uniting us in both fear and determination. It became an eternal mission for me to search for answers, to seek out knowledge, wherever it could be found, about ancient Sioux myths and legends. On rare occasions I would visit my grandparents' reservation to consult with tribal elders and converse with them about my experiences. It was during one such gathering that an elder revealed the truth that shook me to my core. Lahi was but one of many ancient creatures prophesied to return under specific circumstances, unleashing terror upon mankind. The knowledge felt like an unbearable weight on my shoulders as I pondered the implications not only for James and me, but for all of humanity. We had been granted a second chance at survival, narrowly escaping the clutches of an unspeakable nightmare. But I couldn't shake the nagging certainty that destiny would call upon us again, and we must be prepared for the reckoning. My heart was pounding as I pulled up to the seemingly abandoned gas station just off the eastern edge of Yellowstone National Park. It had been a long day, and I was eager to get home to my wife and kids. My name is Akachita Whitefeather, a Sioux native who works as a park ranger at Yellowstone, and that day I encountered something I still struggled to comprehend. I radioed in one last time before losing signal, letting my fellow rangers know I'd be out of contact for a bit. The old wooden structure creaked with each footstep and dust kicked up from below as I entered the station's shop to grab a soda. Behind the counter was Nadine, the owner's daughter. Her greasy black hair and dirty apron were typical. She'd often fix cars while her father ran shipments. As we exchanged pleasantries and I handed over my money, she mentioned her dad had gone into the woods earlier that day to find their missing dog, but he hadn't come back yet. We both looked at each other with concern and an unspoken agreement that I would go find him. With twilight settling in, I ventured into the surrounding woods following trail markers. Nadine's dad, Walter, left behind. Before long I discovered tracks that didn't belong to any animal I'd ever seen, foretold with elongated talons easily twice the size of a bear's paw print. Anise crept up my spine as I continued following Walter's path, suddenly screams lacerated, the stillness of the forest sprinting in their direction, my heart thundering in my chest, my flashlight illuminated. Blood smears tracing nog bark and deep gouges cut into tree trunks. In the midst of this horrifying sight lay Walter's mangled body, or what remained of it. Retreating footsteps hinted at someone else nearby. As I cautiously peered around the thick tree trunk, I glimpsed Nadine, wide-eyed, with terror and clutching a large hunting knife. Between sobs she explained how an enormous creature had ambushed her father without warning, vividly describing its horrifying visage. Eyes like burning embers and unnaturally large claws that tore Walter apart. The creature's name texts a carnivorous monstrosity from native legends with no time to lose. We dashed back to the gas station. I called for backup on my emergency channel, while barricading the doors and windows with anything we could find. We huddled together, breathing heavily as an eerie silence engulfed the building. It wasn't long before guru growls and scratching noises surrounded us with texts viciously clawing its way in. Backup finally arrived, as we spotted the unholy beast retreating into the darkness. While we survived that dreadful night, our lives were forever marked by the horrors of what transpired. Days later, a historian specializing in native folklore filled me in on Tax's background, though it hardly lessened the lingering dread. It's been years since that chilling encounter with what remains an unsolved mystery in Yellowstone. As time marches forward, the gas station's old wooden boards have been replaced with concrete walls and cautionary tales about texts fade into whispers among the trees. Every once in a while there are rumors of a sighting of the creature. Some say they have seen its fiery eyes glowing in the darkness of the woods, while others have heard its guttural growls echoing through the trees at night. Many of the park rangers who worked with acacias still refuse to venture onto the eastern edge of the park where the gas station once stood. Some believe that the legend of texts is just a story passed down through generations, while others swear by the truth of acacia's encounter regardless. The legend of the carnivorous monstrosity lives on, haunting the minds of those who dare to enter Yellowstone National Park. It was late May when it happened. I remember Aaron and I working the night shift at Badlands National Park. We just received a call about some strange noise complaints near the eastern side of the park, so we split up to cover more ground. The air seemed to crackle with tension. I've been a park ranger for over 5 years now and never once experienced anything quite like this night. My name is Marcus Little Eagle. By the way, I grew up just outside the reservation and always had a love for nature, just like my mom, Tamara. We used our radios to keep in touch while on patrol. Anything yet? Aaron asked, his voice crackling through the speaker. Nothing here, buddy, I replied as I shined my flashlight through the gnarled trees that lie Sage Creek Wilderness area. That's when it happened. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the dense forest, jolting me to my core. What the hell was that? Aaron exclaimed over the radio. I don't know, but stay alert, I advised as I cautiously approached the source of the sound. In a small clearing covered in shadows, I discovered a mutilated deer carcass, its entrance strewn across the dirt in an unnervingly precise pattern. My stomach churned at the sight, but my instincts told me something was amiss. This was no ordinary predator attack. For the nights after, reports continued to roll in about strange noises and even stranger animal behavior around those parts of Badlands National Park. Through flashes of invasive thoughts and burying faces and maps day after day, alongside Aaron for our investigation, we stumbled upon antique newspaper articles archived from decades ago that spoke about supernatural incidents taking place here, including rampant rumors of an ancient Native American cryptid known as Tawaniko, the slicer of shadows. It would drag its victims off into old, forgotten corners of the wilderness and dismember them with its serrated claws. We didn't know what to make of it, but vowed to figure out what was happening to not only protect hikers but the park. More strange occurrences unfolded. A damaged campsite was discovered with long claw marks etched deep into the wood of a nearby tree. The park security cameras recorded what appeared to be a large hunched creature stalking through the area at night. One even captured it, brutally attacking a coyote. A knot grew in my throat as we reviewed this footage together one morning, brainstorming wild theories about how it could be misidentified shadows or a camera glitch. Our investigation came to a head during that fateful night when we clashed with that abomination under the pale moonlight. While on night patrol, as we arrived at an abandoned shack, we were ambushed by Tawaniko. Its booming shrieks rang through our skulls as we scrambled away from the shadowed predator that swiped at us. Unwilling to let more innocent people and animals fall victim, we fought back against this enigma. Aaron jammed his flare gun into its eye after it brutally threw him off, while I retaliated mid-attack, hoping for just enough force for survival, swift and determined blows echoing between visceral snarls of pain from our adversary and warning shots lighting up the forest floor. Strangely enough, upon regrouping and catching our breath after our skirmish, the creature vanished like smoke into the night air. We haven't seen any signs of Tawaniko or any such disturbances since then, but it's left us both deeply shaken and haunted by the unknown. Even months later, the story of Tawaniko wasn't widespread knowledge. The slicer of shadows roamed Badlands National Park only in whispers between families who lived around here for several generations, only as cautionary tales told by the fire as the winds blew out, the final lilting melodies of crickets and cicadas strumming in unison. Neither Aaron nor I hold any answers, though we continue to stand guard on watchful nights together. Who truly knows what else lies hidden beneath an unseen and ancient veil in this world? In the months that followed our encounter, Aaron and I became even more committed to protecting the park and its visitors. The incident had left an indelible mark on us, but we made a silent agreement to never speak of it again outside our circle. After all, we knew that no one would believe our story. The park ranger community is a tight-knit one, and we'd seen firsthand how others had been ridiculed for sharing their experiences with the unexplained. So we kept our ordeal to ourselves, carefully logging any potential evidence we came across to back up our claims should the time come when others might face the same threat. While out on patrol, we became more vigilant than ever before, scrutinizing every simple sound or movement that would have previously gone unnoticed. We checked on more remote hiking routes more frequently and ensured campers were aware of safety precautions, though many thought our newfound diligence was born out of overprotectiveness or paranoia. This aspect of our work from then on seemed almost like a secret mission where lines were blurred and emotions intermingled with duty. But life went on in Badlands National Park. Seasons changed, and so did the landscape with its rich colors, painting a canvas no artist could effortlessly recreate. There was beauty in the strangest corners here nonetheless. Yet ancient secrets dug claws into fallen logs with bare teeth that scraped shadows to wet earth and bruised foliage. In conversations around campfires by Night Park, employees would sometimes share their own stories of weird happenings that echoed through the wind, where thoughts only dared not linger long. Aaron and I listened quietly during these sessions, silently intrigued, but also searching for clues that could help us uncover more about Tawanako and protect the park and its people from similar unknown dangers. And as time passed, what had started as a need binder filled with scattered notes gradually grew into a vast repository filled with, sometimes absurd but mostly close to home, accounts of strange incidents, articles on local folklore, old photographs, witness statements from park goers, and other materials that stood as proof of the enigma we had faced. Despite the fear and unease that these occurrences brought us, perhaps there simmered within an inexplicable desire to explore the unknown and truly understand the mysteries that still graced this world, even though we remain constantly vigilant. The park became a sanctuary of sorts for Aaron and me. It was a place where we could escape from an otherwise mundane existence and grapple with something far beyond ourselves. I was just finishing my patrol that evening, walking down a seemingly endless trail. I'm a park ranger with Soon Native heritage, assigned to an isolated area filled with the kind of silence that hangs in the air like a thick fog. It was near midnight when I crossed paths with Alexei Milosov, an old friend. "Hey, Josh, long time, no see," he said, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Yeah, it's been a while," I replied, resisting the urge to light one myself. "What brings you out here?" Alexei went on to explain. He was out here investigating some unusual cases tied to local legends about a creature called the Talakra, an unsettling presence rumored to be roaming the area around our small town. Call me biased by my profession, but I've never put much stock in those sorts of stories. But as the night progressed and we continued our walk together, his words planted a seed in my mind that would only continue to grow over the next several days. Whispers persist in town, unexplained markings on trees. A deer was found shredded beyond recognition. People claimed to hear bizarre noises at night that left their hearts pounding and their skin crawling. I've dealt with poachers and other troublemakers before, but never something like this. It wasn't until Deputy Maggie Johnson approached me with her pictures of strange footprints and ravaged animal carcasses that I truly began to see the pattern. We joined forces and conducted a manhunt for the lethal beast. As we came across more gruesome remains and tracks throughout the forest, it became clear whoever or whatever was responsible had honed its killing instinct. Weeks turned into months without any conclusive breakthroughs, but one day we received a tip from my cousin, Rick, who lived near the park's border, about seeing something unnatural roaming around his property late in the night. That evening we followed Rick's directions and found an abandoned mine, cautiously descending into the darkness. Our senses were heightened with fear. Suddenly we were ambushed by the Talakra, with its bat-like wings and grotesque face. It lunged forward with a swift motion aimed toward Maggie but missed by inches. We took a tactical retreat, but we knew the Talakra was only growing bolder. The next move had to be our own if we had any hopes of stopping it. Using our research, we planned the ultimate trap, luring it to an isolated cabin deep within the woods and rigging it with explosives to level its vile existence. That fateful night, everything was in place. We laid in wait until the skies grew black and stormy. Then it appeared, its twisted silhouette slowly approaching the cabin. As the creature slithered through the door, we detonated the explosives, shielding ourselves from the blast. Dust settled, the cabin was reduced to rubble. We cautiously approached, hoping to find what remained of the Talakra among the wreckage, but there was nothing, not a single trace of its existence or the deadly chaos it caused. Weeks passed and life seemed to return to normal. No more strange sightings or attacks were reported. People began to dismiss that horrifying time as a harrowing story to tell their grandchildren, but I never forgot what I went through during those violent months. It wasn't until I received a letter from Eldon, a former park ranger, revealing that he too encountered the Talakra years before me that I realized this creature had been haunting these woods for generations, a local legend that lurked much closer to reality than anyone dared believe. As for me, I'm still waiting for it to show itself again, because deep down I know that one day it will return. Time wore on, and as the years went by without any further encounters with the telegraph, a part of me began to hope that our confrontation might have been the last. But history has a way of repeating itself. The town's children grew into adults, and they soon started sharing their own stories of strange sightings in the woods and deadly attacks on the surrounding wildlife. The unsettling memories of my own experience with the Talakra resurfaced like an old scar itching beneath the surface. A new generation had taken up the mantle of curiosity, brave and foolish souls venturing into the forest in search of clues about this elusive creature's true nature. My connection to this darkness felt stronger than ever, like an invisible thread weaving together my family's legacy with the past, present and future suffering inflicted by the Talakra. As these incidents increased and whispers grew louder, I knew it was only a matter of time until history repeated itself once more. Despite my reluctance to face such a formidable adversary again, I found myself compelled by a sense of duty to protect our community from its grasp. I decided to travel beyond our borders in search of other communities with similar experiences, those who also had legends about creatures that lurked in the shadows waiting for unsuspecting victims. I travel far and wide listening to stories, just like mine, about creatures that once seemed safely hidden away within myth and lore but are now clawing their way out into the light. From these tales, I began to gather knowledge about their weaknesses, how to defeat them or at least ward them off when they threatened our world. Armed with this newfound knowledge and understanding, I returned home to prepare for the eventual return of the Talakra. I trained younger generations of park rangers, sharing what I'd learned about tracking supernatural creatures and incorporating defensive tactics into their regular protocols. As we joined forces in these efforts, we became something more than park rangers. We became protectors. It's been years since that fateful night when the Talakra first revealed itself to me, but its memory still lingers on in the darkness, ready to return. Yet as I survey my fellow protectors, brave souls who share in my purpose, I know we stand prepared for that day, when the old legends arise once again, to protect our world from the nightmares that dwell just beyond the edge of reality. It all began at Windy River National Park. I was doing my usual patrol rounds, making sure no one was breaking the park rules or causing any trouble. My name is Tashanka Ironcloud, a proud member of the Sioux tribe, and being a park ranger has always been my calling. Growing up, I heard stories shared by the elders about our land and its secrets. I listened attentively, but never did I believe such stories could come true until that day my shift started at dusk. I climbed into my patrol vehicle and drove along the winding trails guiding the park visitors who'd overstayed their welcome to safety. The sun dipped below the horizon, but despite the encroaching darkness, a strange calm washed over me as I navigated through paths, guided only by memory and faint moonlight. Just as I circled back towards the ranger station, I passed by Old Man Wilson's bait shop. Funny character he was. I couldn't imagine him hurting a fly, but as fate would have it, curiosity drew me to stop when he beckoned to me for a quick chat. "You look tired," Tashanka Bold Man Wilson drawled as he watched me exit my truck. "Tell me about it," I replied with a grin. "One more round for me and then home, sweet home." He shifted uneasily on his feet before lowering his voice. "Be careful out there tonight," he warned. His eyes filled with concern. Our conversation took an ominous turn when he mentioned something strange: attacking locals during dark hours, multiple reports of lost cattle, missing pets, and even whispers of people disappearing without a trace. It sounded too much like Shaktakisha, a mythical creature from Sioux folklore, sent here as a harbinger of doom, but my skeptic nature dismissed such ideas. Nonetheless, I thanked him for the warning and continued on my way towards Bitterroot Trail, the infamous spot that bore witness to the gruesome aftermath of those mysterious events. The darkness enveloped me as I came upon an abandoned car, its engines still running. I called for reinforcements and, as I waited, decided to explore the nearby tree line to ascertain the owner's whereabouts. The flashlight did little to pierce through the pitch-black forest. While my heart thudded louder at every step without warning, a blood-curdling scream reverberated through the darkness, sending chills down my spine. On pure instinct, I spent it towards the source of the sound. As I stumbled out from between two trees, I caught sight of a man trembling and on his knees staring wide-eyed at something standing over him. I immediately unholstered my firearm and shouted at the figure to step away, to my horror and disbelief. It was Shaktikisha, an otherworldly being with eyes that glowed like fire, hiding its hellish form under a tattered shroud. It lunged at me with razor-sharp claws as fast as lightning before vanishing into thin air. Overwhelmed by terror, my instincts kicked in once more and threw me into pursuit of this otherworldly menace. Down the tangled paths we went with no respite, each savage encounter more violent than the last. Our final confrontation was at Dead Man's Lake, where adrenaline fueled my fight for survival against this terrifying entity. It screeched in pain when I managed to land a lucky shot but suddenly vanished, leaving only an eerie silence behind. Exhausted from days in pursuit and soaked in sweat and blood, I returned to town, where chaos ensued due to Shaktikisha's rampage. Upon learning of my encounter with this malevolent being that haunted local folklore for generations, passed from another ranger who overheard our radio conversations, Old Man Wilson approached me with new information about Shaktikisha's intentions and our ancestral methods to fend it off. The revelation came too late for most, but with newfound knowledge, we locals vowed to never forget that bewitching night when the boundary between myth and reality faded, forcing us into a living nightmare. In the weeks that followed, our community banded together to rebuild what the Shaktikisha had destroyed. Healing our town took time, but the bond shared between us all grew stronger through the tragic experience. I found myself appointed as the liaison between Old Man Wilson and the townspeople, sharing traditional wisdom and ensuring that we never found ourselves unprepared for other unforeseen dangers lurking in our now misunderstood world. Although there was no mention of this mythical creature in any official capacity, whispers of its existence spread from year to year in hushed tones. Windy River National Park became a place of caution and respect, a sanctuary for both visitors and curious locals alike, who revered its mysteries with greater care. My life was irrevocably changed by that fateful encounter with Shaktikisha. Skepticism gave way to something far greater, an appreciation for my culture's history and a new understanding of our connection with the world around us. And if there comes a day when darkness descends upon those trails once again, I know I'll stand prepared alongside my fellow townspeople, ready to face whatever extraordinary terrors may lie in wait. It all started on a day I'd never forget, Tuesday, June 5th, 2001. I was working as a park ranger in the thickly wooded, Silent Mountain National Park, a place that seemed nearly untouched by modern civilization. My name, ISU, a proud Sioux native and protecting nature's beauty, has always been close to my heart. One day, while on my regular patrol route near the northern edge of the park, I encountered something that would change my life forever. It was just another ordinary day when I stumbled upon fresh tracks something big and seemingly unfamiliar had passed through recently. My curiosity piqued and I decided to follow the tracks. As I moved deeper into the forest, strange noises began to surround me, ominous growls that seemed to emanate from all directions. In my years as a ranger here, I had never come across this kind of unsettling sound. Before soon I discovered the source of those tracks, the corpse of an adult bull elk, savagely mauled like nothing I'd ever seen. Its insides were torn open and its limbs were bent in unnatural directions. The sheer brutality of the animal's death sent chills down my spine, accompanied by a sense of impending danger. Determined to understand what was plaguing Silent Mountain, I continued to follow the trail. Days turned into weeks and still no definitive answers emerged from my search. But whispers among my fellow rangers hinted at an even broader problem. Entire hiking groups were disappearing without explanation. My investigation led me to another grisly sight, multiple human remains scattered throughout a narrow valley ravaged beyond recognition. As I surveyed the horrifying scene, Dread filled my soul for what horror might be responsible for these massacres. That night, as I settled down in my cabin, my friend and park colleague MIA, who'd been helping me investigate, phoned me with her revelation. Having dug up old records, she'd stumbled upon references to a creature known as Yeti, a beast from Native American folklore known to strike fear into the hearts of those who dared venture into its domain. Always reluctant to buy into superstition, I couldn't shake the feeling that my rational mind was failing me. The following morning, having awakened from a nightmare that felt too real, I noticed fresh ominous tracks leading straight to my own window. Were my worst fears becoming reality? The events that transpired over the next week only intensified, with more mutilated remains uncovered and entire families vanishing without a trace. Desperate to end this nightmare and protect those within my park, I painstakingly combed through every rumor and possible lead on this elusive. I reached out to various contacts among native communities throughout North America seeking any shred of truth about the ancient tales. Then one day, an elderly Navajo named Nasha called me out of the blue, claiming to have vital information about it. With fear in her voice, she recounted how significant elders kept its existence a secret for years, a chilling truth handed down through generations. Overwhelmed by disbelief bordering on despair, I listened patiently as she described in detail its brutal hunting behavior. In that moment of revelation, my stomach churned as I realized how much danger everyone was in. As weeks turned into months, Silent Mountain National Park fell deeper into mass hysteria and abandoned trails hinted at a growing sense of dread. An aura of terror now enveloped these sacred grounds. Families once excited for weekend escapes now whisper chilling accounts of Utah's attacks. Agonized screams echoing through moonlit forests and the gruesome scenes left behind are now closed. Trails panicked, council meetings were conducted behind locked doors and desperate pleas were sent out to any experts who could offer guidance or help. One such expert, Dr. Albert Klein, renowned for tracking the rarest of wildlife, agreed to assist us. It became a race against the clock, searching relentlessly for Yeti and confronting our fears and hopes. Our efforts would save lives, but this dark nightmare had no simple resolution. Even after months of endless tracking and harrowing encounters, Yeti remained a mystery, one that lurked in the darkest corners, waiting for the moment to strike again, is a fictional character. This story is an attempt to create an engaging narrative based on the requested elements, drawing upon lore and imagination in order to give the impression of a realistic, horrific mystery unfolding as the nightmare continued to haunt Silent Mountain National Park. Questions kept piling up and answers were in short supply. Everything we thought was impossible and irrational seemed almost palpable. Now people started to lose hope in ever finding a solution and began leaving the park never to return. But there were still those of us who refused to give in to fear and did everything in our power to protect the community and uncover the chilling truth about Yeti. Dr. Klein's expertise proved to be invaluable as we started deciphering the pattern behind Height's movements and attacks. Our small team, me, MIA Nasha and Dr. Klein, worked tirelessly together as an unlikely coalition driven by desperation and determination. We formed a plan based on our collective knowledge in ancient folklore, in an attempt to lure Yeti into a confrontation. One moonless night, our team went deep into the heart of Silent Mountain National Park, each of us armed with knowledge, courage, and a profound sense of purpose. We ventured further than anyone had dared before, entering uncharted terrain we'd come to believe was at the epicenter of Yeti's horrifying reign. As we penetrated these depths of darkness, tension grew tighter with each step forward, while uncertainty swirled around us like an oppressive fog. As we progressed deeper into Yeti's territory, odd noises pierced the otherwise still night whispers that seemed to beckon us onward. Mingled with guttural smiles that demanded our retreat as adrenaline coursed through my veins, I tried my best to stay focused on my mission, while images of the mangled corpses I'd encountered haunted the edges of my vision. Finally making our way into a clearing filled with an eerie aura of dread and calmness before an imminent storm, we set our plan into motion. Little did we know that, along this treacherous path of chilling revelations and personal sacrifices, we would face a terrifying and inescapable turning point that would challenge not only our courage but also our very understanding of the world and the dark forces lurking beyond its boundaries. The secret that Silent Mountain had borne for so many years was about to reveal itself, and none of us could possibly be prepared for the brutal truth. the waiting discovery amidst shadows long cast by fierce cold grit. I just finished my shift as a Sioux Native Park Ranger at the Oglala National Grassland. The sun had set and the air was as still as death when I got a distress call from Tanya Kiefover, a close friend of mine, over the radio. It was something about her car breaking down near Better Creek, adjacent to an old abandoned homestead. Tanya's voice sounded shaky, but I brushed it off as annoyance at being stranded in the middle of nowhere. Jeffrey Silver Cloud, that's me, a 32-year-old park ranger with over 10 years of experience on these lands. Born and raised nearby, I knew my way around every nook and cranny. I grabbed my gear and headed out to find Tanya navigating through the darkness. I instantly noticed something off, like there was an ominous presence lurking nearby. As I approached the spot where Tanya's car was supposed to be, I spotted traces of blood on the ground. My stomach churned with unease. "Tanya, it's Jeff. Are you all right?" I called out tentatively but only received silence in return. I followed what seemed like a trail of struggle leading away from her car, the blood splatters, painting a macabre picture of what must have happened here. My gut told me that this was more than just another wild animal attack or freak accident. This was sinister. As I continued my search, I stumbled upon Tanya lying unconscious beneath the tree, pale, battered but alive. Near her lay this bizarre, mangled coyote with solid black eyes and disfigured limbs, twisted unnaturally. Helping Tanya up, she clarified how her car broke down suddenly and how she heard a blood-curdling screech right before the crazed creature attacked her. She barely made it out alive, both terrified and baffled by this monstrous entity. Our priority was to get her to safety. Attempting to remain calm, we stumbled back to my truck, unable to shake an uncomfortable feeling of being watched. As we reached the hospital, Tanya explained how she spotted the sinister figure of a man with antlers and thick matted fur just before the coyote attacked. This description immediately brought up memories of the Tihala Sapa folklore from my grandparents' stories, apparently a sinister shapeshifter creature preying on those who were most vulnerable. Weeks later, I learned about a pattern of brutal attacks around the same location where Tanya's car had broken down. Locals had been sharing sightings of a shifty anthropomorphic creature with antlers, some even swearing they'd seen it morph into a coyote before their eyes. While trying to maintain skepticism, I couldn't ignore the mounting evidence that suggested this twisted menace existed. Only then did I truly start believing in the chilling reality of Tihala Sapa nowadays. Equipped with this knowledge and perpetually on alert, I not only patrolled these lands as a park ranger, but also fight back against these unseen forces plaguing our communities, all while flitting between disbelief and gut-wrenching fear that Tihala Sapa might still be at large. The chilling encounter with Tanya and the mysterious creature Tihala Sapa marked a turning point in my life. I was no longer just a park ranger protecting the land. I had become a defender against the unknown horrors stalking our community. Alongside my regular duties, I spent countless hours researching ancient Native American legends and consulting with local elders who had knowledge about these dark entities. Over time, I formed a small group of trusted allies, fellow tribesmen and women, equally committed to protecting our people and land from this ominous force. Our group began organizing weekly patrols and setting up surveillance equipment in strategic locations to track any unusual activity. News of our exploits quickly spread among the local population, garnering both support and skepticism. Some residents considered us protectors, others dismissed us as foolish believers in old wives' tales. Nevertheless, we pressed on, fueled by an unwavering determination to unravel the mysteries surrounding Tihala Sapa. As reports of harrowing encounters with the creature continued to pour in, we grew more adept at detecting its presence and averting further tragedies. Our collaborative efforts enabled us to save several more lives caught in the grips of this terrifying shapeshifter. In time, we discovered that Tihala Sapa's influence seemed to extend beyond just its physical form. It appeared to have an uncanny ability to control lesser animals, wild coyotes in particular, using their forms as proxies for its nefarious work. Now fully aware of the dangerous supernatural forces I had become entwined with, my previous perception of reality was forever altered. But despite the ever-present fear gnawing at me each day as I ventured deeper into this horrific world, I knew that our united strength could ultimately drive Tihala Sapa from our lands. In facing such an unimaginable evil, Our battle had become a testament to the resilience of not just us two tribespeople, but of humanity as a whole. I still remember that evening like it was yesterday. It was August 18th, around 7 p.m., and I'd been patrolling the far reaches of the state park for a few hours, making sure campers and hikers were staying out of trouble. The trails weaved in and out of dense forests, though the setting sun offered enough light for me to find my way without a flashlight. My name is Chaitan Wasu, and I'd been a Sioux native park ranger for nearly a decade. Being responsible for incoming reports about potentially lost hikers and anything that seemed off in this isolated natural haven has been an integral part of my life. I've seen many strange things during that time, but nothing knack could have prepared me for what I was about to face. I had just sat down on a large rock near the edge of a cliff overlooking a vast wooded expanse. When it happened, an ear-piercing scream tore through the air, its sheer panic forcing me to my feet. In an instant, I quickly radioed dispatched for backup, but they said it would take at least 20 minutes to reach me due to our isolated location. Without wasting a single second, I raced towards the source of the sound, a feeling of unease spread through my body like wildfire, as if some dark presence was looming nearby. As I approached what sounded like a small campsite hidden among thick trees, I noticed several tents ripped apart and the dirt covered in blood. The horrific scene was oddly devoid of any survivors or bodies. All that remained were scattered remnants of camping gear and personal belongings, a clear sign there had been people there just moments ago trying to push down my growing fear. I continued to scan the area when another good wrench and yell caught my attention. Following this desperate cry, what awaited me was truly horrifying. Two mutilated bodies tossed around as if they were mere puppets by a grotesque creature straight from a nightmare. The beast's hideous form was best described as a grotesque mix between a deer and a wolf with menacing antlers and razor-sharp teeth, something unparalleled in any folklore I had ever encountered. The creature seemed to notice my presence, but showed no sign of halting its violent assault on the victims before me. Feeling my adrenaline coursing through my veins, I decided to engage, figuring that this creature must have been responsible for the carnage at the campsite as well. I pulled my sidearm and fired several shots at it, hoping to stop its frenzy. My bullets connected with the monster, each impact sending ripples darting across its sinister height. However, it only reacted with a hair-raising screech that sent shivers down my spine before darting into the forest. As backup finally arrived, we began to scour every inch of those woods, searching for clues to what we were dealing with in any possible survivors. We found neither. All we were left with were questions and nightmares. Days after that grisly encounter, while conversing with an elderly local in town known for his extensive knowledge of regional history and tribal tales, who seemed hesitant even to talk about what things called Melissa Cheeto, in fear, many of us pondered if these dark forces plagued those woods forevermore. The park remained partially closed for months following the incident, as investigations attempted to piece together the chilling mystery. To this day, I can't shake off the haunting image of that monster and am left wondering when it might strike again. The creatures that lurk within these forests remain mysterious and unfathomable in ways that leave us questioning if we'll ever truly understand their dark motives or the true extent of the danger that resides within our previously idyllic state park. In the wake of that harrowing event, the community surrounding the state park began to change. There was an unspoken tension in the air, as though the once peaceful harmony had been shattered and replaced with a palpable sense of dread. Several more sightings of strange creatures in the forest were reported in the following months, but none could be substantiated or verified. No one was willing to venture too far into the woods to investigate. As a park ranger, my duty to protect both nature and those who sought solace within its embrace had become a battle between professional responsibility and personal fear. Haunted by that gruesome memory, I found solace in researching everything I could about regional legends and cryptozoology, hoping to somehow find an explanation for what I had witnessed. As time passed, whispers of an ancient curse or sinister force haunting the park began to gain traction. The public took it upon themselves to speculate on why this area had seemingly become embroiled in such dark events. Some even abandoned their homes near its boundaries, unwilling to risk residing near something so terrifyingly unknown. Robust attendance at town meetings sprung up among those who remained concerned. Citizens demanded answers and updates during every session as local authorities scrambled to provide safety while maintaining stability. As local legends grew more pervasive, they bled into modern curiosity and fascination with the unknown. This morbid intrigue attracted all manner of individuals, paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and even more campers eager to brave whatever dangers lurked within the now infamous state park, hoping for adventure of proof of something supernatural. As a Sioux Native park ranger, torn between two worlds, my commitment to serve and protect my territory and ancestral heritage, I understood that I faced a decision that would define my life's path from here on out. With each passing day, a growing chorus swept through town squares and social media alike, claiming those woods were no longer safe. And whether I chose duty, heritage, or even self-preservation, one truth rang clear: regardless of what I embraced or faced, this was only the beginning. It was a Wednesday night, like any other, and I had just finished my usual patrol along the boundary of the reservation. As a Sioux Native park ranger, my job was to ensure the safety and preservation of our land. The park was vast, and I felt an indescribable connection to its every inch. But that night, as I steered my vehicle back toward the main office, a nauseating sinking feeling settled in my gut. Something felt off. I just couldn't pinpoint what it was. My name is Akachita Chaitan, but most people just call me Ace, born and raised on the Sioux reservation. I took my job seriously. My heritage and connection to the land drove me to protect it with everything I had. The strange feeling persisted throughout the night, amplifying. During my second patrol around 2 a.m., as I drove near the edge of a dense pine forest section, I observed a mangled deer carcass on the ground by a creek. It appeared mutilated past the point of any normal predator attack, almost as if something had violently savaged it for sport rather than sustenance. My heart began pounding faster, yet nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. A thunderous roar echoed in the distance, followed by heavy footsteps, almost like they belonged to an enormous creature. My instincts screamed at me to flee, but as a park ranger it was my duty to investigate any potential threat. I called my fellow ranger Winona on my walkie-talkie and asked her if she had encountered anything unusual during her shift. Her response only fueled my concern. According to her, several visitors had reported an unnerving presence over the last couple of days. Cautiously making my way deeper into the woods on foot, I discovered something that sent chills down my spine: oversized footprints and broken branches that seemed unnatural in their destruction. As I continued my pursuit, the roars grew louder and more guttural. The atmosphere had become suffocating, each agonizing step carrying me closer to an unforeseen yet unstoppable danger. Suddenly, a massive shape lunged at me from behind the trees, knocking me to the ground. Dazed, I stared into the eyes of an enormous, abhorrent creature. Its snarling face contorted into a grotesque grin as it pinned me down with its immense weight. This was no ordinary beast. Every instinct screamed that this was an entity born from the darkest depths of American native folklore. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I fought back, managing to land a solid blow and escape its grasp. However, it quickly became clear that the creature was playing a sadistic game. It stopped me as I frantically searched for safety, simultaneously taunting and terrifying me. In one desperate attempt to evade its pursuit, I scrambled up a steep hill only to lose my footing and slide back down the creature purposely. Let me get a head start just to prove it could catch me anytime it wanted. As dawn neared, I came across what was left of Winona's vehicle. Her body lay near it in a brutalized state. It seemed that was the last one left standing between this supernatural beast and our people. Wounded and barely holding on, I navigated my way back to base camp, frantically working on how to stop this malevolent entity. Ultimately, news of our improbable survival spread throughout the community and beyond. We were eventually approached by an expert in American native folklore, an outsider who had devoted his life to understanding creatures like our tormentor, which he called Navatak Mutak. He provided horrifying details about its origins, but also offered strategies for dealing with it. Days turned into weeks as we used his knowledge, combined with our own natural instincts, to defend our land and terminate the creature's reign of terror. Our victory came at a harrowing cost, yet our bond with the land was strengthened. More than ever before, though, we put an end to Navatak Mutak's deadly spree. The realization that such monstrous beings exist in this world continues to haunt me. I hope my tale serves as a reminder that not all horrors are figments of an overactive imagination. Sometimes true nightmares walk among us, waiting for their chance to strike again. In the months that followed, we dedicated ourselves to fortifying the reservation and educating our people on the importance of respecting and understanding our ancestral land. Workshops were held to teach the younger generations about the creatures who roamed alongside us, both benign and malevolent. We couldn't afford to let our guard down again or risk further tragedies. My role as a park ranger evolved to encompass a broader responsibility. I was now part teacher, part guardian, and part historian. Along with other park rangers, we worked tirelessly to identify possible signs of supernatural activity, paying heed to strange behavior in wildlife or unusual environmental disturbances. While these measures couldn't expunge the trauma of what happened, they did bring us closer as a community and instill pride in our shared traditions beyond our borders. I forged connections with other Native American communities who face similar aberrations in their land, united by our fight against these creatures from unknown realms. As darkness continues to walk within the shadows of this world, we stand ready to protect everything we know and love, embracing both the breathtaking beauty and sinister secrets that lie within our sacred grounds foreign. It was the middle of September, around 6 in the evening, when I got a call from my supervisor, Glenn Robbins. Working as a Sioux Native park ranger for several years, I'd experienced my fair share of unsettling encounters in the wilderness, but that night would change everything for me. "Hey, could you check on the eastern side of the park? We've received reports of some strange noises coming from there," Glenn asked over the phone. The directions to the area were a bit confusing at first, but ultimately manageable. As I navigated through the dense foliage and towering trees in my trusted pickup truck, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Slowly building up life in parks is never predictable. One moment you're bird watching or monitoring traffic flow, and the next you're caught up in an uproar thanks to the park's inhabitants, some more dangerous than others. What struck me as odd that day was how quiet it was. It seemed like even nature itself was holding its breath. Several miles into my drive, I noticed something out of place, a seemingly abandoned tent on the outskirts of one of our campsites. As I started investigating further, I heard what sounded like feigned cries for help echoing through the woods. My mind racing with possibilities, I dashed towards the source and soon found myself face to face with a group of frightened campers. "What happened here?" I asked, trying to maintain my composure and professionalism in these ominous circumstances. Between shaky breaths and panicked whispers, they managed to convey their harrowing experience. They had seen something stalking them, a creature that resembled a twisted blend between man and beasts, and heard guttural growls haunting them throughout their stay. And now one of their friends was missing. Feeling a chilling surge of adrenaline through my veins, I called for immediate assistance and tried racking my brain. What could they have possibly witnessed was no concrete answer. I decided to make locating the missing camper my top priority. The search began with Glenn and 2 other rangers, Max Lincoln and Tessa Barnes, joining me in combing every inch of the area. As the hours turned into days, we found unnerving clues that only heightened our anxiety. We encountered mutilated wildlife, scratch symbols etched onto tree trunks, and sinister trails of what seemed to be blood-soaked earth. It was evident that something lurking in the shadows wasn't afraid to get its hands dirty. Everything truly took a turn when we came across a gruesome scene. What looked like the missing camper's remains were scattered across an isolated clearing. He had been torn apart in a horrifying act of violence. Fears threatened to buckle my knees, but my resolve only solidified. Whatever had done, this needed to be found and dealt with before it could harm anyone else. During our investigation, park visitors shared with us tales they'd heard from nearby residents about an American native folklore creature that supposedly haunted the area, the Wendigo. The sinister stories had always seemed like mere legends to us until now. Armed with courage and determination, we persisted in our search for this enigmatic antagonist that eluded us at every turn but left behind a chilling trail of terror. Day by day, additional evidence, twisted metal wire traps and remnants of recently devoured prey weaved a web of malevolent intent. The final confrontation came amidst the torrential downpour, one particularly dark night. We had followed a set of tracks to an abandoned cabin deep within the park. When suddenly we were attacked in the chaos of shattered glass and raging screams, I caught glimpses of our assailant, monstrous, yet reminiscent of what once could have been human, an entity both enthralling and utterly terrifying in its brutality. We managed to fend off the monster that night, but were left with haunting memories carved into our minds. The park eventually closed down, leaving us with the question that still lingers: did we narrowly escape the clutches of a Wendigo, or was it simply a manifestation of humanity's most primal and instinctual evils? Decades later, as I recount this bone-chilling tale, I contemplate the unsettling truth. There is darkness lurking in the natural world, and within it, the line between myth and reality barely exists. The experience with the possible Wendigo had left a lasting impression not only on me but also on my fellow rangers and the community surrounding the park. Over time, our incident became part of the area's folklore, an unsettling reminder of just how thin the line between our reality and the mysteries we cannot comprehend truly is. This newfound awareness led us to look deeper into the origins and legends of various other elusive creatures thought to inhabit the remote corners of this great country. We knew that it was our duty to protect visitors from the potential dangers hidden within our parks, but the question remained: to what extent can you protect against something you cannot fully understand or prove exists? Several years have passed since we closed down to Native Park, and new questions arose. Should we guard against these legendary beings or attempt to seek understanding? Does disturbing their hidden dwellings invite disaster, or could it ultimately lead to harmony between our worlds? As park rangers, we were indoctrinated with a sense of duty that extended beyond just protecting park visitors. We were guardians of nature itself and those unseen species that seemed more ghost than flesh in time. Glenn Robbins, myself and others formed an informal group of researchers devoted to unearthing the secrets of these shadowy creatures. We sought answers through interactions with native tribes, anthropologists, and experts in cryptozoology. Despite new knowledge gained and connections forged in this shared pursuit, there remained one constant. The more we sought to unravel these mysteries, the thicker the fog of uncertainty seemed to envelop us. Our journey into understanding took us beyond our previous roles as park rangers and into new frontiers across various terrains and climates. With each harrowing expedition under our belt, we soon realized one undeniable truth. Whenever we ventured into these uncharted territories filled with ancient lore and legends, not only did we come face to face with our fears, but also with ourselves, and in those moments when the boundary between reality and myth blurred, we were painfully reminded of our vulnerability as humans in the grand scheme of the cosmos. It all started on a seemingly ordinary day, October 18, 2005. I was a Sioux Native Park Ranger station at the remote and isolated Red Spruce National Forest in West Virginia when my life changed forever. In hindsight, there was this weird feeling in the air, but as a skeptic, I brushed it off. As a ranger, I've spent years within these woods, so I knew the ins and outs of this massive forest. It wasn't until the third day of my routine patrol that I encountered something that defied all logic. There had been reports of missing hikers in the previous months, and it was my responsibility to investigate. Little did I know, those investigations would lead me to a chilling confrontation with an evil force straight out of a nightmare. My name is Emerson Grey Eyes, by the way, and my Native American heritage gave me an outstanding sense of intuition and connection to nature. That night, as I patrolled with my partner, Maya Johnston, an Irish, Italian enigmatic PR specialist who had been sent by higher-ups for her skill set, we stumbled upon an eerily mutilated deer carcass sprawled across our path, Maya's jumping back from the sight. What could have done that? Keeping our voices hushed so as not to draw attention or alarm wildlife, we traded speculative glances. As skeptical as I usually am about the unknown, what lay in front of us wasn't the work of any natural predator we'd encountered before we continued our patrol in silence. Following the grisly find as night fell upon the forest, eerie shadows played tricks on our minds. Gradually strange occurrences started happening around us, soft rustling in the bushes only heard by one person at a time. A fleeting glimpses of something terrorizing us from just beyond our vision. Tension built between us, says Maya, belittled her flaring anxiety with humor. I hope the damn chupacabra is not after us after all, and she said with a strained laugh. But deep down I knew something was terribly wrong and that the chupacabra wasn't a joke anymore. And suddenly our worst fears were realized. Without warning, we found ourselves ambushed by the grotesque creature which seemed to defy reality. The massive beast towered over us like a shadowy figure, 6 feet tall, standing on spear-like hind legs with serrated claws ready to strike. Its body was covered with matted ebony fur and its gnashing teeth dripped with rancid-smelling saliva. Maya and I fought with everything we had against this abomination, using makeshift weapons created from our environment and desperately clinging to survival, as each violent encounter pushed us to our physical and mental limits. Despite multiple attempts to contact our colleagues on the radio for backup during short lulls in the chaos, all we heard in return was static and faint whispers that sounded eerily like mocking laughter. As dawn broke, we huddled together in our isolated and temporary sanctuary within the dense undergrowth of Red Spruce National Forest, exhausted and battered from fighting for our lives throughout the night. We could only wonder how such a creature even existed. We questioned whether it traced back to Native American folklore. Days later, when we were found by our peers, who had been searching after a series of distress calls, Maya explained how we'd uncovered an illicit drug trafficking operation hiding deep within the forest as a cover-up. I never told them about my encounter with the earthen nightmare. That's what I called that monstrous beast that stalked us relentlessly. That night, my superiors dismissed the creature as a traumatic hallucination induced by severe fatigue or exposure, but my gut knew otherwise. When traditional media outlets inevitably caught wind of our harrowing tale, locals speculated about this unknown creature. Some swore it was the legendary Jersey Devil who lost his territory. Others said it was a krypton known as the Mothman that had moved on from Point Pleasant, though what truly haunted me most were whispers of an even more ancient legend hailing from my very own Sioux tribe, Lassican, a shape-shifting demon whose name means shadow stalker. I may never learn the true identity of the antagonist we encountered that fateful night, but as long as they remain lurking in the shadows of the Red Spruce National Forest, my soul will be forever bound to their presence, and those memories may never fade. In the years following our brush with the unknown, I was haunted by lingering nightmares and an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I could not shake the sense that we were being watched. Even long after Maya and I had been transferred to a different station, further away from Red Spruce National Forest, life seemed to return to some semblance of normalcy for us both. But that encounter continued to haunt our dreams and cloud our thoughts. It was during the late-night conversation, fueled by strong coffee, that Maya suggested we write an account of what had transpired, not only as a means of archiving our experience, but also as a form of therapy for overcoming the trauma and perhaps shedding some light on what we faced together. We began this endeavor by poring over cryptid reports, delving into Native American lore and consulting with experts in folklore and mythology. Along this path, we learn more about the Lee's Icon legend from elder tribesmen. To them, it was an ancient talisman hidden away, Ianzago, due to its malevolent power. According to their beliefs, if it fell into the wrong hands or was accidentally unleashed, its evils would be brought upon mankind once more, terrorizing the land with its darkness. Despite a less than one reception from publishers for our manuscript that delved into places few dared tread, perhaps too close to reality, it became apparent there might indeed be others who'd encountered similar horrors. We connected with survivors who'd experienced unsettling encounters. Some were overcome with terror at mentioning their close calls, whereas others merely whispered euphemistically about protecting themselves from those things in red spruce. As one case brought forth, another and more harrowing accounts found their way onto Maya's desk. Over time we realized that there was a pattern, a sinister link between these seemingly unrelated events tied directly back to Red Spruce National Forest. We soon learned that a chilling warning had been issued long ago by our Sioux ancestors: if you awaken the Lee's Icon, awaken your doom. Now, deeply driven by a sense of duty to protect and warn others against the evil that lurked within the forest, we vowed to follow the terrifying trail wherever it may lead, no matter how much danger awaited. I was on one of my usual patrols at Sioux National Park as a park ranger with Native American roots. Royce Redfeather was my name, and I had a deep sense of duty towards these lands. It was Wednesday, September 23rd, just past sundown, and I remember feeling a strange chill in the air as I made my way through the forest. I pulled out a cigarette, lit it up and took a long drag. "Hey, Royce called out my partner, Jed Solomon, as he approached me. He had been on the job long enough to be thick-skinned about most things we encountered out here. "You ever get that good feeling that something's off?" he asked me. Being stubbornly skeptical, as we usually are, both of us dismissed it as just another shift under star-studded skies. We walked around the park a bit more when we noticed an abandoned campfire site not far from a trailhead parking area, which seemed peculiar. As we moved closer to investigate, we discovered traces of blood leading away from the site into the depths of the park's wilderness. At first we thought it might be a wounded animal, or perhaps someone leaving an animal carcass behind, nothing too surprising for us rangers. But as we followed the trail further into the trees, dark stains deepened and formed an almost methodical pattern. We radioed for backup, but found that our signals were jammed somehow, as if to mock our attempts at communication with each other in base camp. Every time we tried reaching out through our radios or cell phones, nothing but deafening silence strangled our connections. The unusual sensation of impending danger now felt real as we came across an isolated cabin deep within the woods, its door hanging open as if welcoming eager guests inside. Against our better judgment, we cautiously stepped within and discovered a grisly sight. 5 mangled corpses lay strewn about, barely recognizable as humans, each one torn apart within human brutality. Our hearts raced and adrenaline surged through us as we tried to process what sort of creature could have inflicted such merciless carnage. Suddenly the cabin door slammed shut and Jed and I found ourselves locked in a panic room, with something beyond our wildest nightmares skulking just outside. As the unbearable anticipation reached a fever pitch, we heard guttural growls and deafening crashes just beyond our refuge. With life or death decisions needing to be made instantly, Jed and I decided it was now or never. We burst out of the cabin's flimsy door to confront whatever demonic entity roamed these woods, despite what it had already wrought. And there it was, a grotesque beast with dark scales covering its towering frame and powerful limbs glistening with human blood, sniffing the air like a predator divining its next meal. Yet it wasn't mindless prey that this monster hunted. It seemed clever, cunning, even calculating. As our eyes locked on each other like mortal enemies longing for one last reckoning, we scrambled for anything that could become weapons and fought back with every ounce of strength left in us. Countless hours felt like an eternity as this fevered pitch of survival echoed through the night, right up until the breaking dawn began to banish such creatures into shadow, once more miraculously wounded, but less so than those torn asunder. And that got forsaken. Cabin Jed and I limped back toward our posts, trembling from head to toe and eternally altered within. Days later, in the safety of my home on Red Feather Road, named after my park ranger father, who passed away when I was young, a local historian dropped by. He explained that many years ago, during ancient times, folklore spoke of a terrifying creature called Alcoxidizer, the Dark Devourer, a beast spoken of only and fearful whispers. The entity circled Sioux lands for centuries, stalking those who dared venture too far into its dominion. As I write this now, my breath still catches and sleep eludes me, as night's dark curtain falls. Know that I escaped civilization's edge, but, knowingly or not, something ancient and fathomless waits, gnashing its teeth for the next careless soul to wander too close to where shadows weep blood-wrenched tears. Months have gone by since that harrowing encounter with the Alcoxidizer. Jed and I have not spoken about it publicly out of fear that others may view us as delusional or label our experience as a mere fabrication. We've noticed an undeniable change within ourselves, a newfound sense of caution and awareness whenever we patrol the park, constantly vigilant for any signs of the elusive creature. Despite our resolve to be prepared for future encounters with the unfathomable darkness that lurks within these ancient woods, the night terrors persists and leave us questioning the very nature of reality, as word spreads, among other park rangers and curious locals, about our horrific experience. Soon, National Park has seen an alarming decline in visitors. Parents keep their children close, and even experienced outdoorsmen avoid venturing too deep into the forest alone. And yet, amidst the fear and suspicion that now cling to every branch and tangled shadow, some brave souls press into the depths of the park, fueled by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth about our mysterious tormentor, or hoping to catch a glimpse of something supernatural. The local historians have continued their research into the ancient lore surrounding Alcoxidizer, the Dark Devourer, uncovering more stories of gruesome attacks than sinister disappearances throughout generations. They hope to find historical evidence that validates our encounter and sheds light on any potential weaknesses or vulnerabilities this creature may possess. Meanwhile, Jed and I have become something of an unlikely pair of amateur monster hunters. Our daily routines now revolve around analyzing past reports of similar incidents, setting up inconspicuous traps and strategically chosen locations throughout the park, and keeping detailed logs of anything out of the ordinary during our patrols. With every passing day, as dusk falls upon Soon National Park and casts its darkness over the sprawling landscape, we steel ourselves for the possibility of another confrontation without Coxadisa, driven by a far deeper sense of duty than we could have ever anticipated. Upon donning our park ranger uniforms, we vow to not only preserve and protect this place, but also to uncover the truth about the malevolent being that continues to haunt these woods, seeking to bring it to an end once and for all. It all started on an otherwise normal night as I patrolled the trails of the Soon National Forest. My name is Vodicta Luda, and I have been a Sioux native park ranger for over a decade now. Growing up in the community, I was no stranger to the vast wilderness and unpredictable encounters that it often threw my way as I drove through the familiar forest. That evening, I swear, I saw something rummaging around in the thick underbrush just off the path. It was too big to be your average forest critter trying to shrug off the eeriness. I pressed on, focusing on my duties as a ranger over crackling calm chatter with my fellow rangers. Some of them shared reports of strange tracks and odd disturbances around the park's perimeter. My curiosity was piqued when my old friend and colleague, Matha Wakba, mentioned finding a slaughtered deer deep in the woods. Red flags went up. We've had occasional poachers and predators in these parts, but never this brutal, almost ritualistic, as several similar cases piled up over the following days. We were at our wits' end, trying to discern what kind of creature could be responsible for such carnage. Wild theories festered in our small group, ranging from mutated animals to deranged psychopaths hell-bent on terrorizing our peaceful sanctuary. I remember distinctly one day when things took an even darker turn. I was staking out a spot alone near Matho's last discovery site when something large and agile darted across the path, not more than 50 feet from me, gritting my teeth and clutching my service weapon tightly to steady myself from fear-induced shaking hands. I ventured farther into this hostile darkness. Iconic folklore danced hauntingly across my mind, but was hastily discarded at every piece of evidence suggesting a tangible culprit with sinister intentions. Cautiously treading into long-abandoned campgrounds where whispers of violence echoed, I stumbled upon the scene of a harrowing and gruesome attack. My blood ran cold as victim after victim lay mutilated in inexplicable patterns, as if to convey a chilling message. The horrifying display before me was nothing I'd ever seen, not a wolf or bear, no man or scorned spirit, but something unknown, an ancient fear that breathed life into the primordial forest around me. Confronting my colleagues in an impromptu meeting, we delved deep into records and databases, picking apart obscure legends and folklore passed down by the old Lala Sioux tribe. Our search bore fruit when we further uncovered evidence of sightings of a mythical beast known as Bagwani, the terror of times past. Armed with this newfound knowledge, our team set out on a harrowing quest to confront this mysterious adversary. The following months were filled with heart-pounding encounters, narrowly escaping the clutches of imminent death. At every turn, desperate for leads, our investigation led us to the decaying remnants of an old Sioux burial ground. Traces of violence littered the area, blood-soaked relics, shredded clothing fragments and, finally, a chilling note inscribed on an ancient stone plaque written in native script to some Kawakan. As we stood there amidst the proof that Babwani, the culprit behind these monstrous deeds, had infiltrated reality from the realm of folklore, I could feel a heavy shadow clamping down on my rationality. We never caught that creature or figured out how it came to manifest within this forgotten forest. As life slowly returned to normalcy within our group and conversations moved on deep down inside, I felt Bagwani's chilling gaze meet mine from some hidden abyss, and perhaps it's still out there, lurking beyond the boundaries of Soon National Forest, waiting for its moment to rekindle and unleash its terrifying torment once more. Years have passed since those terrifying incidents, but my experiences in the Soon National Forests are permanently etched in my memory. As some of the older rangers retired and new faces joined our team, I felt the responsibility to share the harrowing tales and educate them on the importance of respecting ancient folklore and understanding its potentially dangerous manifestations. I hope that by doing so I could somehow prevent our past from repeating itself. Life went on and, although a deep sense of unease lingered within me, our daily tasks and park preservation work continued without any major disturbances. The forests returned to its natural peaceful state, and as days turned into months and months into years, it seemed as if Barbwani had become nothing more than a distant memory. Yet I couldn't help but occasionally catch myself scanning the shadows for any signs of that elusive beast making its return. And then one day, when I least expected it, it happened again. Somewhere deep in the heart of Sioux National Forest, another grotesque scene emerged, strikingly similar to those we discovered years prior, a chilling reminder that Bobwani still roamed free within these woods. That darkness began to descend upon our team once more as we became embroiled in a race against time, not only to protect our sacred land but also to confront the realities that lay hidden just beneath its surface. Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if I had pursued my dreams and become an archaeologist instead of a park ranger. It's moments like these, when darkness engulfs me and the wind carries an even colder chill, that I question my choices. It was on one fateful night that everything changed for me, but it started far more innocuously than I could have ever imagined. It was a Sunday, November 17th, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Eyes in Kala Odite had been working as a Sioux Native park ranger for nearly 5 years. But that evening was different. There was something in the air that I couldn't shake off. I remember laughing and joking with my co-worker Declan at our outpost. We would always poke fun at each other's habits. It helped pass the time during our long hours spent patrolling through the wooded area on duty. Little did we know there our seemingly ordinary evening was about to take a sinister turn. It must have been around 2 a.m. when a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest, piercing the still night. Declan and I exchanged worried glances before grabbing our gear and running towards the source of the sound. It was our sworn duty to ensure the safety of everyone within the national park's borders. As we searched for whoever or whatever had let out that scream, we stumbled upon Audrey and Lauren Scottsdale, covered in dirt and scrapes. Audrey explained between sobs how they had been attacked by some huge creature while hiking. She mentioned its scaleless skin and unusually elongated arms. Hesitant to believe such an outlandish claim, we still couldn't deny something had hurt these people physically. Their wounds were undeniably real. Declan suggested having Audrey redraw her attacker while he radioed for backup. What she drew utterly terrifying me. It closely resembled a local legendary creature called the Tehala Sapa, a monstrous figure from Sioux folklore that hunted humans deep in the woods. I knew these legends but had never given any weight to them until that moment. Meanwhile, we received notification about several park hours having gone missing over the past few weeks, with each disappearance corresponding to a sighting of this nightmare-inducing creature. Despite our skepticism, we could no longer dismiss the matter. There had to be a connection. We tried rationalizing these events. Maybe it was simply a wild animal or even a deranged person causing havoc within the park, but as more information came in bloody clothes discovered in dense thickets, unnerving howls ringing out during full moons. Fewer explanations fit our unease grew steadily as witnesses and survivors recounted their chilling experiences and hushed tones. It was my ultimate decision to conduct a stakeout in an area of frequent Tehala Sapa encounters, along with Declan and several other rangers. Weeks turned into months as we strained our senses, listening for sounds deeper than our own breaths. Stalking the creature became an obsession for us all, one that only heightened as we discovered more grisly evidence. On one particularly dark night, when even the moon seemed afraid to show its face, fate collided head-on with us, as if from thin air. The horrifying figure left at my comrades, its claws slashing through clothing and flesh alike. In that moment of raw terror, it all clicked into place, Audrey's description and the legend itself. This beast was our antagonist. We fought for survival amidst chaos and screams, unable to comprehend what brought this terrifying fiend into existence. Eventually, as abruptly as it had appeared, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind only blood-soaked ground in its wake. When it ended and we finally emerged from that waking nightmare, the story of the Tehala Sapa was slowly pieced together by some of its remaining victims. They painted a vivid portrait of the creature's genealogy, an ancient lineage of carnivorous creatures driven to the brink of extinction by refusing to disappear without one final stand. And so we rangers continue to patrol our forests, honoring our duty, while knowing that an unspeakable evil lurks in the shadows. The name of our foe is now etched in my mind forever, Tihala Sapa. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off that day. The air hung heavy like a suffocating blanket, still and lifeless. My name is Iona Cedarwind, a Soon native and park ranger. For over 10 years, I've seen my fair share of calm days straight out of a painting. But this was different. My partner, Talon Hawkeye, and are patrolling the edge of the national park when we stumbled upon an abandoned SUV with California license plates. Inside were half-eaten sandwiches and shopping bags filled with camping equipment. We searched the area for any sign of the owners but came up empty-handed. It was unnerving, but we'd seen plenty of cases where hikers returned after getting lost in the wilderness. As we continued our patrol deeper into the park, we found more unsettling evidence. Shredded clothing, snapped tree branches and drag marks like something heavy had been forcefully pulled through the dirt. Talon grew increasingly uneasy. While I tried to keep the level head though panic stirred inside of me, we came across an old campsite next to a river that appeared to have been ravaged by a wild animal. It wasn't just vandalized or trashed. It looked like something had exploded in anger. We radioed our supervisor, Sui Stillwater, to keep them updated on our unusual discoveries. Even they agreed. It seemed unnatural that night, off duty around a crackling fire. Talent confided in me about an old family story he had heard as a child. I.e. Win, an ancient Native American spirit so destructive and malevolent that many elders refused to speak its name aloud. Under normal circumstances, I'd brush them off as tall tales and superstitions. But deep down in my gut, logic struggled against primal fear. The eerie silence that cloaked the forest only added to my growing unease. The next day offered little respite. We received a frantic call from a camp manager reporting missing guests and bloody tents. Without hesitation, we darted to the location just to see the familiar remnants of chaos. This time, claw marks were etched into the bark of the trees surrounding the site like some grotesque scar. Talon began to entertain the idea that Yuin was responsible for these gruesome encounters. I couldn't accept that notion without proof, but nevertheless we reported our findings back to Ziri, who said there were rumors of animal attacks in other parts of the park. My skepticism crumbled, replaced by an ethereal dread. In an attempt to track down whatever was causing these violent disruptions, Talon and I set off on a harrowing search as night fell. Fatigue nibbled at our resolve until we stumbled upon it. A slaughtered deer hanging upside down from a tree branch, its entrails dangling like grisly decorations with mouths agape and hearts pounding. We knew this wasn't the work of any ordinary animal. Just as we stumbled back towards base and terror, an earth-shattering roar ripped through the darkness. The nightmare had found us attacked viciously and relentlessly. We fought back with everything we had, firing blindly in panic before taking refuge behind boulders. As it closed in on us, Talon screamed out in pain. His nails were sharp as knives tore through his arm. The only thing that drove me forward was pure adrenaline and an overwhelming instinct to survive. As dawn broke upon blood-stained dirt and trees shredded by massive claws that now felt familiar, we emerged, battered but alive, our tormentor gone as if it had vanished into thin air. Upon our safe return to civilization, days after escaping death, Script Sui informed us that similar attacks had occurred in various locations nearby since ours, yet no culprit was ever found. Our UN remained a haunting memory of the terrible consequences that can arise from ancient evils hidden deep within the wild. In the fading daylight, we grappled with what we had endured and could only hope that it was truly over. But, like lingering shadows on a desolate path, doubt persisted. I knew deep down that its name would forever echo through our dreams, as the whispers of an unresolved nightmare were born, i.e. Win. I had just clocked in for my late shift as a park ranger of Sioux Native descent at Bear Lodge Mountain, Wyoming. It was 6 p.m. on October 18, 2015. I remember that my friend Yarrick Doherty and our bantering, as usual. When our conversation pivoted to other things, he mentioned that he was keeping tabs on weird incidents happening in the park recently, Missing campers, mutilated animals, the strange stuff that fuels all kinds of rumors. It seemed like another regular night. Until it wasn't 3 hours into our shift, we got word that a group of campers had heard odd noises near their site. As we drove up to their location, I tried to shrug off the goosebumps that had begun to crawl up my arms. We approached Madison Davenport and her friends at that campsite. Madison explained that they'd been hearing gutter growls and scratching sounds nearby. "You're a can?" I exchanged uneasy glances and decided it'd be best to check out the area ourselves. Armed with flashlights, we ventured into the dense woods. The sinister energy enveloping the forest felt heavy and unsettling. Yora called out to our previously unseen perpetrator, but received only silence in return. Then we stumbled upon something neither of us could have ever anticipated, a carcass so mangled that was barely recognizable as a deer. The sight made my stomach churn, forcing me to turn away. Yarek's face went pale as he muttered only one word, Nilyadantia. My jaw dropped as everything clicked into place. Nilyadantia is a creature straight out of ancestral folklore, passed down through word of mouth among elders in our community. While I'd never seen one myself, the name would bring shivers down, even the bravest of Sioux adult spines. Yora quickly reminded me that such creatures didn't exist. But something sinister was indeed out there. The minutes stretched into hours as we searched for the cunning predator. Our hearts raced in our throats with each snapped twig and rustling leaf. Finally, we caught a glimpse of the creature, more beast than man. It moved seamlessly through the shadows. Yarek and I frantically backtracked toward the campsite to warn Madison and her friends they needed to leave and, fast lungs burning, we managed to corral everyone back to their vehicles. Hasty goodbyes were exchanged and adrenaline pumped through our veins as the group sped off into the night. A few days later, Yarek texted me a link to an online forum dedicated to supernatural encounters, specifically an article discussing Nilyadantia's history and origin. It was a brutal reminder that there are forces in this world beyond human comprehension. The park never brought on board another employee named Nilyadantia, or anything close. The logical part of my mind still struggles to reconcile the strange events of that night with reality. Somehow, though, when I stand watch over the land beneath the moonlight, I know that those who lurk along its fringe are merely figments of my imagination and, whether or not they assume familiar forms, they wield unimaginable power that occasionally brushes against the ordinary lives we've built so carefully around ourselves. In the years that followed, Yarak and I found ourselves more and more drawn to the mysteries of our ancestral land. We delved deeper into Sioux mythology, seeking to learn all that we could about Nilyadantia and other supernatural creatures. This growing obsession led us to pockets of knowledge hidden within dusty library shelves and secluded eldest homes. With each new revelation, our understanding of the world around us evolved, unveiling a tapestry of stories, experiences, and warnings from generations long past. Our connection to the land deepened with each chilling discovery, serving as a humbling reminder that we lived in a reality shaped by unseen powers. The tales of Nilyadantia soon permeated our every thought, convincing us that unlocking the secrets of such creatures might be paramount to protecting not only our park visitors but also our people's heritage. We started holding workshops for fellow park rangers on how to recognize signs of these mysterious forces, viewing they were equipped with enough understanding to identify potential threats. While out on patrol, word spread far and wide across our community about the strange events that took place at Bear Lodge Mountain. That fateful night, as the story circulated, a renewed respect for age-old legends emerged. Yarek and I still work as park rangers here at Bear Lodge Mountain, forever vigilant in monitoring the shadowy edges between ancient mythologies and the modern world. While October 18th will forever haunt our memories, it serves as a reminder that there is so much more to uncover about our ancestors' beliefs and how they intersect with our present-day realities. We continue to explore the depths of these legends, motivated by a fervent desire to preserve the lessons they hold for future generations. And every once in a while, as we trek through the woods under the watchful gaze of an ever-present moon, we can't help but feel like we're being watched by forces just beyond perception. Yet we carry on duty-bound and driven by an unshakable connection to the spirits of the past. It was just another day in the park for me, or so I thought. As an experienced Sioux Native park ranger, I've encountered plenty of odd situations in my time on the job, but nothing like what I'm about to tell you. My name is Kaleo Blackfeather, and the day began like any other ordinary October morning. My shift started off with me doing my daily rounds, making sure everything was in order and that no campers had strayed out of designated zones. As I was patrolling the deeper parts of the park, I noticed something unusual on one of the dirt trail's pretty tracks that didn't look like they belonged to any animal I'd ever encountered. But that's when it all began, a long, slow build-up to an unimaginable nightmare. My fellow ranger, Mariana Marsh, joined me on our assigned duties as we discussed the odd tracks and started digging deeper into them out of curiosity. At some point we stumbled upon a mutilated deer carcass off the trail, something that looked like it had been violently torn into pieces by a monstrously strong predator with claws rather than teeth, a detail revealed to us by its smashed skull but intact eye sockets. The more we searched, the more evidence we found, traces of blood and tufts of weird fur scattered across different sites that seemed too bizarre to ignore. The interaction between us grew increasingly tense as Marie investigated these strange occurrences with me. Finally, just when we thought things couldn't get worse, we spotted what appeared to be human bones among some bushes. We returned that evening unsure about how to inform our superiors about these disturbing discoveries without appearing paranoid or delusional. However, our luck changed when visiting anthropologist Dr. Hector Vargas overheard parts of our conversation at the local bar. He listened intently as we reluctantly shared our experiences and asked for his input. Dr. Vargas showed us files. He had been studying confidential documents about a well-known American native folklore creature known as the Wendigo Marie, and I couldn't believe our eyes. It all made terrifying sense when comparing the tracks we found, along with the peculiar fur and bone-chilling tales of a fearsome being that sought and hunted those unfortunate enough to cross its path. As details unfolded before us, we realized our initial disbelief had turned into dread and that perhaps our own lives were in danger. Our determination drove us to rigorously inspect the park and forest, while keeping an eye on Dr. Vargas' discoveries, using any hint or clue possible to figure out what was happening in our midst. Days went by with no major incidents, but every unknown noise in the park grew noticeably more menacing, and before long another ominous encounter came knocking on our door. An abandoned campsite was shredded tents, but no signs of human life. It was then that we made a fateful decision to seek out this dreaded creature, ourselves plunging deeper into darkness. With every step, while fighting against the gnawing fear creeping up our spines, the mysterious tracks grew increasingly fresh, hinting that we were closing in on something extraordinary yet utterly sinister. Our search reached a climax when Marie caught a glimpse of something monstrous. Rushing at breakneck speed through a copse of trees, without warning or mercy, it leaped at Marie, slashing her across the chest before disappearing back into the shadows. Despite her injuries, we continued to track it down until finally, when all seemed lost, we had it backed into a corner. We raised our weapons, ready to face our fears and confront this legendary foe. But before we could take a shot, Dr. Pina, another anthropologist, came forward with the horrifying truth that this monstrosity owed its existence to experiments she had been conducting in secret, creating what she called the ultimate apex predator. By splicing together the DNA of the fiercest animals and enduring urban folklore on the Wendigo, our jaws dropped as we realized that all along, it was the silent hand of science that had given birth to such limitless dread. The vile creature suddenly vanished into the night, never to be seen again, despite Dr. Pina's capture and imprisonment. And so, as we went back to our normal lives, only one question lingered in our minds: just how many more such diabolical truths still lay hidden out there, waiting to be unearthed? In the wake of that harrowing ordeal, Marie and I found it difficult to return to our previous routines. Constantly haunted by the question of what else remained hidden in the shadows, we continued diligently working as park rangers, but now carried with us a heightened sense of awareness, not only for our own lives but for those who ventured into the wilderness. Beyond, life went on, but we could not forget the terror that once stopped us. We dedicated ourselves to learning more about these legends and the hidden dangers lurking in our world. Marie eventually recovered from her injuries, but chose to leave her ranger posts to pursue a career in anthropology alongside Dr. Vargas, in an effort to further understand and combat any future threats like the one we had faced together. As for me, though apprehensive about being alone in the vast parklands, I chose to remain a ranger, wanting to use my knowledge and experience to protect others from likely unknown dangers. And, as I went about my duties now with even greater determination than before, many others around me began taking notice. Soon enough, they too started sharing their own strange encounters and mysterious events that occurred within the park's boundaries. Ultimately, our near-death experience led to both the formation of a formidable Team Dr. Vargas research group dedicated to unveiling hidden truths, and the creation of a network amongst the forest inhabitants who shared valuable information with me. It was through these combined efforts that we managed to piece together vital fragments of a shrouded history waiting to be unraveled, a multitude of secrets far beyond our wildest nightmares. Remnants of dark corners where myth-shattering hybrids roamed, created through mankind's thirst for knowledge gone horribly awry. We began sharing our findings with certain trusted individuals within various spheres of influence, those who could help us curtail more nefarious experiments that may have been brewing beneath society's unsuspecting gaze. In doing so, we hoped to protect countless lives from the insidious lurking terrors of both legend and science. Little did we know at the time just how far our lives would veer off course or how instrumental a role our ongoing mission would play in ultimately altering the course of human history itself. I still remember that evening clear as day. It must have been around 6:45 p.m. when I clocked out of my shift at Custer Gallatin National Park, where I worked as a Sioux Native park ranger. The sky had that hazy orange tint that brought an eerie quality to the forest. I waved goodbye to my colleague, David Whitestone, and planned to spend the rest of the day unwinding at home. Little did I know that by the end of the night my life would be forever changed. I had been a park ranger for a good 5 years, but grew up in these woods. It felt like home. My career choice came naturally to me. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted carcass. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, 2 instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Kitterman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit and panic within the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispers during town hall meetings and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of Adinek Nalitik, a malevolent folkloric creature from Sioux mythology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters. We finally caught sight of Adinektid, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words fail me in describing its terror. Unnervingly tall, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it maimed another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into thin air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once naive community tighter than ever. We may never know if Atanaknality still lurks within these woods or White tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of that winter. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Adonect Analytic could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Parda, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand hacienda-style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura, like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice boom from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the salt and pepper beard, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with the smirk. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it, Trent Lowell. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowell, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Parda. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We venture towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven caught ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creeping coffin. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and gone figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim, meek expression. "Trent?" I asked hesitantly. "It's me, Ricardo, from way back." Trent Lowell is gone. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was, intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. As we made our way to the living room, one wall caught my attention. It was covered in notes, photographs, and maps, all connected with red strings. "What happened here, Trent?" Roberto asked cautiously what I thought was fiction. My friend's was far from it. Trent replied solemnly. My stories were a reflection of a deeper truth, one that had been buried in the very soil of this town for centuries. He explained how each of his books had been inspired by local legends and unsolved mysteries, like the infamous Black Widow of Lomapada or the case of the vanished children. But as Trent began to dig deeper, seeking inspiration for his next novel, he discovered a far more sinister reality. A malicious force had been lurking in Lomapada, feeding on the souls of its residents and driving them to unspeakable acts of depravity and violence. It was never my imagination, boys, it was my subconscious crying out for help. Trent confessed, his voice trembling. I tried to stop it, but the power of this entity knows no bounds, and it now controls me. Suddenly the room grew darker. A chilling current filled the air and the stench of death permeated our senses. Trent's face twisted into a sinister grin, mirroring the one that once graced his book covers. Ricardo, he whispered, his voice cold and void of emotion. You wanted to be a part of my stories, didn't you? Roberto and I exchanged worried glances. Had Trent truly made a pact with something otherworldly, or had he merely descended into madness? The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I realized that we had gotten way more than we'd bargained for. In returning to Lomapada with a sinister laugh, Trent began to recount the tale of our own dark fates, a story that left us breathless in terror as we listened, captivated by the horror of his words. But the final twist of our tale was yet to come. When Trent's ominous narration abruptly halted, the room fell eerily silent. Then, without warning, his eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed to the floor. Roberto and I rushed to his side, attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. As we frantically searched for any sign of life, a low growl echoed throughout the house, a sound both hauntingly familiar and entirely alien. Our eyes widened in terror as we realized that we were no longer alone in the decaying hacienda. The invisible entity that had seized control of Trent now stalked the shadows, waiting for another unsuspecting soul to be ensnared within its dark grasp. United by fear and an unspoken understanding, Roberto and I bore the collective weight of our childhood friend's limp body between us and made a desperate sprint for the exit. The air crackled with malevolent energy behind us, as if it were alive with venomous fury at our audacity to defy its power, bursting through the ancient doorway into the fading twilight. We knew there could be no turning back, not until we had discovered a way to vanquish the evil that held Lomapada in its merciless grip. And so began our perilous journey into the heart of darkness, one that would force us to confront our deepest fears and challenge everything we thought we knew about the world and ourselves. The desert has a way of swallowing secrets. It's a land of red sands and Buddha winds, where the sun beats down mercilessly and the rusting carcasses of abandoned cars serve as landmarks. I never imagined I'd uncover one of those secrets myself, and I certainly never thought it would lead to murder. I moved to New Mexico for a fresh start. My life had been a mess back in Chicago and I needed somewhere new to plant my roots. Leaving my failed marriage in a dead-end job behind, I decided to escape to the vast expanses of the desert, seeking the isolation and simplicity I craved. My new life began in a small adobe house nestled in the hills outside of Santa Fe. I quickly became accustomed to my new routine, a job at the local gas station, weekly groceries in town and leisurely hikes through the rugged terrain that surrounded my home. The solitude suited me perfectly, and so did the company of my only neighbor, Casilda Romero. Casilda was an enigmatic woman. Her age was impossible to pin down, somewhere between 40 and 60, with the same kind of indeterminate features I had come to associate with certain desert creatures. She was reserved but never unfriendly, and our conversations were always filled with warmth and shared wonder at the beauty of our surroundings. As the months passed, our friendship grew. Casilda, who I eventually discovered was closer to 70 than 40, would invite me over for coffee and would spend hours exchanging stories of our lives. It turned out that she was born and raised in the very house she now lives in, and the isolation of the place seemed to have shaped her soul in a way I found endlessly fascinating. One afternoon, as we sat on her porch and watched the sunset, because Ilda told me a story that would forever change my life. You ever heard of La Bruja de la Mata? She asked, that enigmatic smile playing on her lips. When I shook my head, she leaned in and lowered her voice. They say she was once a beautiful woman who lived in these hills long ago, but she made a deal with the devil. And now she roams the desert searching for lost souls. To claim a ghost story, I replied, raising an eyebrow. No, either a ghost nor a story. It's said that she's very real. Casilda's words sent to shiver down my spine, even as I dismissed them as superstition. The following week, I decided to embark on a longer hike than usual. My plan was simple: leave early in the morning, spend the day exploring the hills, and make it back home before the sun dipped below the horizon. But as luck would have it, I took a wrong turn somewhere and soon found myself lost. The desert landscape stretched on indefinitely around me, and panic set in as I realized I was alone, with no sense of how to find my way back. The sun beat down relentlessly and unforgivingly, and as evening approached, I knew I was in serious trouble. Then, just as I was about to give in to despair, I spotted a strange structure in the distance. It was a crumbling adobe building, half swallowed by a dune, but any sign of civilization was better than nothing. With the last of my energy, I made my way towards it. As I approached, the fragile wooden door creaked open, revealing an old woman. Her face was time-worn, yet her eyes seemed to peer straight into my soul. "Ay pobrecito then entra," she muttered, beckoning me inside. The interior of the adobe was dim and cool, a welcome respite from the desert heat. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed strange symbols adorning the walls. The woman who introduced herself as Aurelia provided me with water and a simple meal. As I ate, I couldn't help but ask about the symbols. Her expression darkened and she whispered, "Those who live out in this land are not always what they seem. Beware of those who claim to be your friends." Her words echoed in my mind as I thanked her and left the adobe, her cryptic directions guiding me back towards my familiar hillside. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something dangerous, with Aurelia's words connecting to Casilda's story of the Bruja de la Mata. Upon reaching home, I immediately went to Casilda's, eager to share my experience. As I recounted the events, she grew visibly pale. "I'm afraid you may have encountered the Bruja herself. I must confess something. My full name is Casilda Guadalupe Romero de Anaya. My ancestors were the Anayas, known for the Bridgera. These hills hold dark secrets, and I know that we might be in danger over the next few weeks. Strange events plague our lives." Black candles and salt circles appeared in the surrounding hills, and the whispers of long-forgotten incantations echoed in the wind. Casilda was distant, her eyes holding a distinct fear that I had never seen before. And then, one fateful night, the secrets of the desert finally broke free. I awoke to an unnerving silence, punctuated only by the distant sound of chanting. I threw on my clothes and followed the noise, my heart pounding as I approached a circle of dark-robed figures. As I drew closer, my blood ran cold. Their ritual was centered around the familiar face. Casilda bound and trembling in fear as the figure raised the knife above her. I knew I had only moments to act. In that instant, I threw caution to the wind and charged into the circle, my only thought being to save my friend. My actions disrupted the ritual and chaos erupted as the robed figure scattered in panic. The knife fell from the assailant's hand and I quickly scooped it up, using it to cut the bindings that held Casilda in place. She stumbled to her feet, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Together, we ran from the scene, not daring to look back at the violence we had escaped in the weeks that followed. Our lives seemed forever changed. The secrets of the desert had been exposed, and Casilda confessed her long-held fears about her family's dark past. To me, we became even closer friends, bound by our shared experience and our determination to escape the shadows cast by our ancestors. The hills around us seemed less menacing. Now, though, we never forgot the danger that lurked in their depths. Gradually, a sense of normalcy returned to our lives. We continued to enjoy coffee on the porch as we watched the sunsets, and our conversations regained their warmth and laughter. But behind it all was a newfound understanding of the power that resided within us, both in Casilda's ancestral legacy and in my own strength, to protect those I cared for. The desert might hold its secrets close, but now we knew that hidden just beneath its surface was a power either malevolent nor benign, simply wild and untamed. And like every living creature dwelling within its red sands and brutal winds, we too had learned to adapt and survive amid its challenges. In time, Casilda became, like a sister to me, an anchor in this strange new world I now called home. And though I had originally sought solace and solitude in the remote hills of New Mexico, It turned out that the birth of a deep friendship was exactly what I needed. After all, my buddy Mark always used to tell me that the days you think will be uneventful are the ones to watch out for. I thought about his advice often during my 14 years as a search and rescue officer at Glacier National Park. While talking to a group of campers, one day I found myself thinking, yeah, today's probably going to be another one of those days. My name is Greg Johnson, and I've been working for the U.S. Forest Service all my adult life. My dad was a ranger as well, so it's kind of in my blood. It wasn't just a mundane job. Thanks to the countless crazy stories collected from my job over the years, this particular day started, like any other, chatting with random park visitors and inspecting camping permits. At around noon, my colleague Tom Thompson radioed in. "Hey, Greg, we've got a report of some hikers missing near St. Mary Lake." Now, missing hikers don't worry us too much, as it happens fairly regularly with inexperienced hikers. We prepared for what we thought would be just another search and rescue mission. As we venture deeper into the park toward the lake area along with two other rangers, Melanie and Ron, we couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet it had become. No birds, sounds or rustling of leaves stirred by squirrels scurrying about nearby, just silence ringing in our ears. Arriving at St. Mary Lake, after an hour-long trek through dense woods, things immediately felt off. The three experienced backpackers on a multi-day trip were skilled hikers. They shouldn't have gone missing too easily. Investigating their last known location at the lakeside campsite revealed no signs of struggle or forced entry into their tents. It was obvious they didn't have much choice before abruptly leaving. "It doesn't make any sense," said Melanie skeptically as she walked down to the shoreline. "They had everything planned, and there's no way they'd have wandered off or accidentally abandoned all their equipment." While examining the site, we stumbled upon something perplexing. Large footprints too big to be a human's, yet too deep to be an animal's, were scuffled around the campsite. Tracking them deeper into the woods became our goal. We pushed on, following those mysterious prints deeper into the dense forest, hoping our missing hikers were nearby. As night approached and we trudged onward, Melanie whispered, "Guys, is it just me or does something feel really up here?" The rest of us nodded in agreement. The strange feeling of dread was every bit as suffocating as the darkness that enveloped us. That was when we found them, bodies hanging from tree branches 15 feet off the ground. Their ghastly stares pierced my soul, and I dared not look for too long. "Jesus Christ, is that?" stammered Tom. Before recognizing one of the victims, his voice trembled with fear, as an unnerving question hung in the air. Who or what could have done this? With adrenaline coursing through our bodies, we realized how precarious our own positions were. The assailant was still lurking nearby, waiting for its next prey. That's when all hell broke loose. A monstrous growl descended from the trees above, and we scattered instantly in sheer terror. I sprinted over to a clearing where I could see everything around me, only to fall right into waist-deep water, struggling to find my footing in what felt like quicksand-submerged water. Melanie's screams rang through my ears as she witnessed the tall figure emerging from the darkness towards her like death incarnate. Before I could react or scream her name, the hulking beast let out a sickening howl, shooting chills down my spine. The pressure of trying to free myself increased as the sense of impending danger intensified further in the distance. I could barely make out Ron's voice. He managed to call for help on his radio, but doubt shrouded his chances of survival with unthinkable agony. I wrenched my legs from the watery trap and stumbled amongst the trees, praying salvation would materialize. Soon after, I fell into a disorienting misery, riddled by the growls and chilling house that seemed to bear down from every direction. My hope of rescue diminished as time dragged on, until finally the other rescue team arrived just in time to save us from our nightmarish ordeal. They pulled us out of the treacherous forest, every one of us shaken to our core and covered in scrapes and bruises. We managed to recover the bodies of the fallen hikers, but the gruesome discovery left lingering questions about what truly happened in those woods. The story spread around the ranger community like wildfire, igniting a morbid curiosity among those who heard it. As time went on, we learned that we were not alone in having such an encounter. Rangers from other remote parks began sharing their own experiences with large unknown creatures lurking in the shadows. Despite investigations and numerous attempts to identify this monstrous predator, It remained an elusive enigma haunting the dense forests across America. Some said it was a myth meant to scare newcomers, while others firmly believed in its existence. To this day, I cannot forget the terror of being hunted by something neither human nor animal. A chilling reminder that there are still mysteries lurking within our great outdoors. And while I continue my work as a search and rescue officer at Glacier National Park, I often think back to Mark's sage advice and know that sometimes the most thrilling stories emerge from days we expect to be uneventful. It all started on a typical Friday night. My buddy, Derek Brown, and I were craving some adventure away from our mundane daily routine. We decided to pack up and head out for a spontaneous camping trip in the Oregon wilderness. Little did we know that this trip would forever change our lives. My name is Jack Mitchell, a mild-mannered office worker who'd grown up with Derek in our small Oregon town. Most people would call us the typical brothers. We love the outdoors, fishing, hiking, mountain biking, you name it, and that's why we found ourselves deep in the woods on the seemingly ordinary day. We arrived at the campsite late in the evening and set up our tent near a small lake where we planned to fish the next morning. As we shared stories around the campfire, we noticed an older couple camping nearby. They introduced themselves as Terry and Iris Sullivan. Friendly but reserved. They kept their distance for most of the night. As darkness settled in, strange sounds echoed through the trees. At first we thought it was just the wind or nocturnal animals, but as they grew louder over time we couldn't ignore them any longer. Derek joked that maybe it was Bigfoot, but given that neither of us believe such things, we laughed it off nervously. The next day started off. Much like any other, we went fishing and caught some trout to cook over the campfire. Later on, Terry and Iris kept to themselves but occasionally smiled in our direction while they tended to their campsite. The weird noises from the previous night seemed like a distant memory until they began again as dusk approached. With curiosity getting the better of us, Derek and I decided to investigate and find out what was making those bizarre sounds. Our search led us deeper into the woods, where we came across something that sent chills down our spines, large footprints imprinted into the soft soil. They didn't look like any animal we'd ever seen before, and that static laugh Derek made about Bigfoot suddenly made our hearts race. Returning to camp, we decided not to tell Terry and Iris about our discovery. We didn't want to get them paranoid either. Suppose we were wrong? After a restless night of strange noises and disturbing dreams, Derek and I woke early and decided to break camp. It was while we were packing up that Terry came over with freshly brewed coffee. His demeanor visibly changed from the previous day's fatigue. As we chatted nervously, he asked if we had heard the strange noises in the woods. Last night, we exchanged a momentary glance before admitting that we had indeed ventured out to investigate a palpable tension set in. As Terry confessed, he knew what was causing those eerie sounds, an elusive creature known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch. He claimed to have seen it several times over the years in various remote areas of the forest, but many people dismissed his stories as delusions or fabrications for attention. Of course, all the questions we had started spilling out of our minds when suddenly Iris approached and dragged Terry away, scolding him for his insistence on provoking fear with his stories about Bigfoot. It seemed she didn't approve of her husband's wild claims. Derek and I exchanged another look before deciding it was time for us to leave these mysterious woods behind. On our drive back to town, we couldn't help but feel like something sinister had been lurking nearby since our camping trip a few days later. Still shaken from our encounter, Derek and I couldn't help but delve into research about the mysterious creature we had stumbled upon. We spent hours scouring the internet, sifting through testimonies and comparing other people's experiences to ours. We discovered that many Bigfoot sightings had been reported in the Pacific Northwest, specifically in the thick forests of Oregon and Washington. The more we read, the more convinced we became that what we had experienced was far from a mere coincidence or figment of our imagination. As our fascination grew, so did our determination to uncover the truth about the elusive beast. We started reaching out to fellow enthusiasts, experts, and even skeptics. As we dug deeper into the tales surrounding Bigfoot, this marked the beginning of a journey that would consume us for years to come, transforming what was once a friendly camping trip into an obsession that would forever alter our lives. As we continued to unravel the enigma of this mysterious creature, Either Derek nor I could have predicted how profoundly intertwined our destinies would become with those of Terry and Iris, a connection that would challenge not only our beliefs but also the very fabric of our friendship. Over the years, our pursuit of the truth about Bigfoot has led us down a rabbit hole of adventure and intrigue. From attending conferences to organizing our own expeditions, Derek and I became deeply immersed in the Bigfoot community. Along the way, we encountered a myriad of interesting and colorful personalities, each with their own compelling tales to tell. Yet, despite our tireless efforts, hard evidence of Bigfoot's existence remained elusive. The more we learned, the greater our resolve grew to separate fact from legend once and for all. As fate would have it, our paths eventually crossed again with Terry and Iris Sullivan during a chance encounter at one of the conferences we attended. They had become known figures within the Bigfoot research community. Much to Iris's dismay, we decided to join forces with them, pooling our resources and expertise in hopes of discovering the truth together. What began as a simple camping trip among friends had evolved into an all-consuming quest that tested not only our courage but also the very strength of our friendship and unwavering faith in one another. As we venture deeper into uncharted territory, we found ourselves forced to confront not only the obstacles presented by Mother Nature, but also those created by our own doubts and fears, bringing us closer than ever to solving one of the greatest mysteries of our time. My name is Daniel Cooper, and I work as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service in Boulder, Colorado. I've seen some wild things over the years, but there's one story that sticks with me to this day. It all started when my buddy, Greg Thompson, and I took a camping trip for a few days off at Rocky Mountain National Park. We were ecstatic to spend some downtime away from our hectic jobs and search and rescue. For the first day or two, everything was excellent. We set up camp by a lake and spent our time fishing, telling jokes and just unwinding. Everything seemed completely normal until one afternoon. We were hiking towards Odessa Lake. On the third day, when we found a backpack lying in the middle of an empty campsite nearby, the spot appeared to have been abandoned for at least a few days. The fire pit was cold and food wrappers light the ground. We decided to take a look around the area, since it wasn't something we usually encountered. We stumbled upon another campsite about 100 yards away, and my gut told me something was off right away. We found a torn tent with patches of dried blood on it. A strong sense of unease crept over me, but Greg laughed it off as probably just a bear incident. Later that night, back at our campsite after dinner and beers, we heard strange noises coming from deeper within the woods. Listening intently, we could distinguish footsteps snapping branches around us, but couldn't see anyone near our dimly lit area. Despite the full moon's light glinting off the lake, this was starting to feel like more than just a bear walking through the woods. Greg joked with me, saying it could be the ghost of some hiker haunting us for taking their backpack. Earlier in the day, as we lay down in our tent trying to get some sleep, we continued hearing rustling outside for hours. I felt creeped out, but Greg assured me that we were safe and that it was just our minds playing tricks on us. The next morning our campsite was in disarray. Gear had been moved around and our food was partially eaten. Whoever or whatever had invaded our camp had a strange way of showing its presence. Shaken, we decided to pack up and leave. On our way out, we stumbled upon the lifeless body of a hiker about a mile from the torn tent site we found earlier. His neck looked broken and it seemed like he'd been dead for at least several days. We quickly called for backup and waited for the authorities to arrive. Upon their arrival, they took us in for questioning, detailing everything about the past couple days. They told us they would investigate and would keep us updated on their findings. Days later, back in town, I received a call from the lead investigator, Sergeant James Walters. He told me that they'd found another missing hiker, bringing the total to 4 over just 2 months, in that area of the park. The brutality of their deaths didn't seem like an animal attack. Instead, it appeared to be human aggression. Sergeant Walters went on to say they discovered notes left behind at one of the abandoned campsites which revealed the chilling message. "I'm out here hunting my prey." The poor victims were stopped by someone who came to be known as the Rocky Mountain Predator. Although much was never learned about this horrifying individual's motives or identity, the Rocky Mountain Predator became an infamous mystery among locals and regular park visitors alike. Greg and I feel incredibly lucky to have escaped unscathed. Yet we are unable to forget our encounter with what seems like pure evil lurking within those woods. What started as an ordinary camping trip ultimately turned into a chilling tale we'll share with friends for years and probably never quite get over. In the years following our encounter with the Rocky Mountain predator, Greg and I continued working as search and rescue officers, using our eerie experience to fuel our dedication to helping others. The case remained open, but no new leads emerged. Park authorities and local law enforcement increased their presence in the area, and safety measures were heightened for the visitors. Over time, interest in the case waned, but it never faded from our minds. Every once in a while a clue would be found, such as an eerily similar abandoned campsite or a scrap of clothing linked to one of the missing hikers. These discoveries only served as haunting reminders of the atrocities that had occurred in those woods. As we continued exploring rugged wildernesses in our line of work, we sharpened our instincts, always on high alert for any signs of danger, whether it was from animals or humans. While the Rocky Mountain predator remained a mystery, we saw firsthand that evil could lurk anywhere, even within the tranquil beauty of nature's sanctuaries, acting as the daily reminder to remain vigilant when venturing into the unknown. So there I was sprawled on the living room couch, beer in hand, just minding my own business. For those who don't know me, my name is Jefferson Hawksworth. I'm a 35-year-old vac technician who's seen his fair share of odd characters. My buddies and I often joke and laugh about some of the experiences we've had on the job. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary day was about to take a twisted turn out of nowhere. My doorbell rang puzzled, since I wasn't expecting anyone. I got up from the couch and peeked through the doors. People standing there was an unfamiliar middle-aged man with receding red hair and a pale face. He seemed harmless enough, so I opened the door. "Hey, can I help you?" I asked casually. "I'm terribly sorry to bother you," he said in a distressed tone. "My name's Lucius Draconellis. My car broke down a few blocks from here and my phone battery is dead. Can I borrow yours to make a call?" I didn't see any reason not to accommodate him, so I went inside, grabbed my phone and handed it to him at the door. While he made his call, I could hear him mentioning something about picking up prescriptions for his mother, who suffered from some sort of debilitating illness, but he spoke quickly and quietly. After he finished his call, he handed back my phone and then casually asked if he could use my restroom again. Not seeing any harm in it and knowing it might take a while for his ride to arrive, I let him in while Lucius was using the bathroom. I went back to lounging on the couch but couldn't focus because something at the back of my mind bothered me like an itch that wouldn't go away. The nagging feeling intensified as I scrutinized his odd behavior. While in my house he seemed to take his sweet time in the restroom and discreetly check each room. When he thought I wasn't looking, then my buddy Marcus gave me a call. We often shoot the breeze, so I picked up trying to distract myself from this stranger in my house. "Hey man, what's up?" I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Dude, did you see the news? They were talking about an escaped convict from the nearby prison. Apparently, this guy is dangerous and was put away for some gruesome crimes." My blood ran cold. That was when events started falling into place, Lucius taking his time searching through my house. The distress in his voice and my heart began pounding against my chest. It wasn't a huge leap to think that I could be harboring a fugitive in my bathroom. I decided to personally investigate his car. "Hey, Lucius," I yelled out, "mind showing me your broken down car? Maybe I can help fix it." Lucius emerged from one of the rooms he had, against my wishes, wandered into. He hesitated for a moment but then agreed upon reaching the supposed vehicle, with him sidestepping any direct question on its location. It became clear that there was no broken down car. Sensing that something was off, he suddenly lunged at me with surprising speed and strength. After grappling for what felt like an eternity, I managed to shove him off and bowled back to my house to call the police. When they arrived minutes later, Lucius had already fled the scene. The police informed me that his real name was Leonard Krajewski, a notorious criminal, and the man Marcus had warned me about. He had assumed the identity of Lucius Draconellis. To evade capture, the police combed my house and discovered items stolen from another victim squirreled away in one of my rooms. They were impressed with how I'd handled the situation, and I joked that it was all just part of another day in the life of an HVAC technician. As the days passed, I couldn't shake off that harrowing encounter. What was supposed to be a mundane day at home had transformed into a chilling brush with a dangerous criminal. My buddies and I now had yet another wild tale to recount during our get-togethers. However, it also taught me to be more cautious about allowing strangers into my home, because you never know what twisted intentions they harbor. As the news later reported on Krioski's recapture, he had left a trail of destruction and deceitfully manipulated people like myself all across town as he sought refuge from law enforcement. It was a seemingly normal Saturday afternoon, just hanging out with my friends and having a few beers in my buddy Mark Welling's garage. We all worked at the same car repair shop he owned, and it was our go-to spot on weekends to unwind after hectic work days. Our small group consisted of Mark, his wife Karen, their neighbor Danny Lewis, and me, Nolan Bates. We were shooting debris about sports and joking around when Danny mentioned he had heard about a new hiking trail nearby. It sounded like something different to do the following weekend, so I enthusiastically offered to join him in scouting it out first. Mark and Karen also decided to tag along. That next weekend arrived, and we packed up some sandwiches, grabbed a couple of beers just in case, and headed for this so-called hidden gem Danny had discovered online. The trail was located in Sacred Oak Forest, an area in Georgia considered a local best-kept secret. When we reached the starting point of the trail, I couldn't help but admit how stunning the area was. Nothing but dense woods stretched out ahead of us. As we walked deeper into the forest, Mark noticed that some treetops looked like they were missing branches. "That's saw," he said, pointing at one bent trunk high up. As we continued moving, so did our conversation. Topics from work anecdotes to the TV shows we were all hooked on. After hiking for nearly an hour, we stumbled across an old abandoned truck submerged halfway into a creek. Curiosity got the better of us, and Mark quickly climbed inside. While we took pictures of our strange discovery, he found some crumpled up papers scattered around as if someone had been scavenging for something valuable before abandoning it. Suddenly intrigued by this mysterious truck, we decided to investigate further by exploring more of the area. We discovered a dilapidated house not far from the creek, its wooden walls covered with vines and rotting floorboards barely holding up the structure. Karen, a seasoned urban explorer, insisted we take a look inside. The house felt eerie, possibly due to its rotting aesthetic. As our group entered cautiously, we found ourselves standing in the dim living room with mold-ravaged furniture and remnants of shattered glass. Everywhere we could hear the wind howling through cracked windows, which only amplified the uneasiness. We explored the other rooms and discovered disturbing and seemingly random items: a child's backpack, blood-stained clothes, and heaps of rusted tools on edge. We concluded it was time to head back to civilization. As soon as we stepped out of the house, an ear-piercing sound rang out from behind. It was like someone had rapidly banged metal against metal. Fearing the worst, we frantically sprinted down the narrow path that led us there. A tall man, clad in tattered clothing, lunged at us from behind a bush wielding a rusty axe. His face possessed an eerie combination of insanity and rage. Narrowly dodging his attacks, we scrambled for survival, sprinting deeper into unfamiliar territory, with our hearts pounding in our chests. We managed to lose him momentarily, but we knew time was running out as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Desperate for sanctuary, we stumbled upon an old rickety cabin concealed beneath overgrown foliage. We hurried inside, praying the deranged man wouldn't find us gasping for air. We barred the door with a dilapidated wooden beam and tried to regain our composure. The cabin looked abandoned for decades, but it did provide some temporary protection from the attacker. Outside has reassessed our situation. In the dim light, we realized that our phones have lost reception and, even worse, we had no idea how to get back to our original path. The overwhelming sense of dread weighed heavily on us as shadows crept along the crumbling walls. Determined to survive this nightmare, we huddled together and devised the plan to cautiously head back in the direction we thought led to our cars, with darkness fully upon us and terror stalking our every step. Each creak of the floorboards and snap of a twig outside threatened to send us into a panic as we ventured out into the moonlit night. We knew our lives would never be the same after confronting such raw terror deep within Sacred Oak Forest. My name is Anderson Haynes, and I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone for what it's worth. I feel like it needs to be told. It happened about 5 years ago when my two best friends from college, Tanner Hamilton and Erica Waters, decided to meet up for a reunion of sorts. We picked an isolated cabin owned by Tanner's uncle somewhere in Montana, a perfect setting for a weekend of catching up. After driving a good hour from the nearest town, we reached the cabin, nestled between towering conifers. We spent the first day hiking and reminiscing about old times. The sun dipped beyond the horizon and I fired up the grill to cook some steaks while Tanner fetched drinks from inside. As we dug in, the banter flowed effortlessly between us. "So Tanner," Erica said, smirking playfully over her drink, "how's that bike of yours still going strong?" He replied, grinning, "It's gotten me through more adventures than you can count." Suddenly we heard rustling in the bushes nearby. We figured it must have been a deer and brushed it off as nothing more than nature doing its thing. The next day began with promising sunshine. As we embarked on another hike along the way, we stumbled upon some creepy-looking antique dolls hanging from a few trees' unexpected decorations. In such an isolated place, they didn't seem particularly old. However, something about their expressions was seriously unnerving. As night fell once again, Tanner proposed not to waste any opportunity for adventure and suggested venturing into the woods with flashlights to explore our surroundings further. Initially hesitant, but ultimately game for some excitement, prompted by a sense of mutual youthful daring, we each grabbed our lights and set out into the darkness. We wandered deep into the woods until eventually coming across an old, abandoned house with broken windows and a crumbling chimney, probably an old hunting cottage. Tanner, ever the thrill seeker, convinced us to break in for a closer look. The house was eerie and still leaving us all on high alert as we explored the abandoned rooms. When we entered the living room, we found newspaper clippings pinned to the walls with reports of missing hikers and gruesome murders spanning several years, a menacing discovery that turned our sense of adventure into growing discomfort. Just then we heard something like the metallic crunching of nails scraping the long concrete from upstairs. We froze on the spot, exchanging looks of panic. There was only one logical thing to do: get out of there. We heard they left the house and sprinted back to our cabin to find that someone had broken in during our absence. One of our phones had been stolen and it appeared as though someone had rifled through our backpacks. It didn't take long for it all to sink in. Someone was tracking us. We were being hunted. Panic set in. As we frantically tried to figure out what to do, I suddenly realized I had managed to snatch one of those newspaper clippings from the wall before bolting from the house. As we scrutinized it, we noticed something written on the back: Captain Riley. Hidden behind the clipping was a faded photograph of the man we presumed to be Captain Riley standing alongside a group of menacing-looking individuals. It dawned on us that this Captain Riley could be the person responsible for the terrible events detailed in the clippings, and now he seemed to be after us, huddled inside the cabin. We weighed our options. It was clear that leaving immediately and driving back to the nearest town would put us at risk of leading Captain Riley and his gang directly to civilization. Alternatively, staying at the cabin left us defenseless and vulnerable to attack. After careful deliberation, we devised the plan to wait it out until morning, with one person keeping watch at all times throughout the night. We heard distant howls and unsettling noises, but thankfully saw no sign of anyone approaching the cabin. Adrenaline coursed to our veins as a false sense of safety started to creep in with each passing hour. The first light of dawn finally broke and we decided it was time to make our escape. We raced back to the car, hearts pounding in our chests as fear spurred us on. We drove away from that ill-fated cabin as fast as possible. Each smile bringing us closer to safety and further from those haunting memories have passed since that treacherous weekend in Montana, though the memory remains etched into my mind. I've come to realize that sharing this story is an important part of moving forward from the horrors we experienced. Our brush with danger served as a harrowing reminder that there are sinister forces lurking in even the most seemingly idyllic landscapes, a lesson we're not likely to ever forget. I never thought I'd be in this situation. It wasn't supposed to go down like this, but here I am hiding my heart, pounding in my chest so fiercely that I'm afraid it's going to burst through my rib cage. I only met this creature a couple of days ago, but it feels like an eternity ago. All right, let's start at the beginning. My name is Kellen Jericho and I work as an engineer for the United States Army. I never really paid attention to folklore or urban legends, but now that I'm caught up in one, I have no choice but to believe. It all started when my unit was assigned to a remote base located somewhere in the thick forests of Minnesota. Upon arrival, the locals were friendly and welcoming, showing us around town and helping us settle into our new home. It was ordinary enough, or so I thought. The first inkling that something was off came when a group of us decided to take a hike in the nearby woods. During our downtime, we were enjoying some fresh air and conversation when we stumbled across something strange, an eerie makeshift shrine with strange symbols painted on rocks surrounding it. We shared a few jokes about what it could mean before deciding it wasn't our business and moving on. The following evening, while we were repairing some equipment at the base, one of my fellow soldiers mentioned that his dog had gone missing during the night. He said he thought he heard strange noises outside his house at one point, but dismissed them as wild animals prowling nearby. As we worked late into the night, fixing up an all-terrain vehicle nicknamed the Beast, the forest seemed suddenly oppressive, darkness cloaking everything around us, leaving us with nothing but flashing lights and the sounds of our tools echoing in the silent night. More incidents happened over the next few days: inexplicable equipment failures, strange tracks found near our base by patrol units, and murmurs of things lurking in the dark. The atmosphere had shifted. We had gone from feeling like invincible soldiers to vulnerable prey. Finally, it escalated. My close friend Judas Crowley and I were walking back to our quarters after another late night of work when we heard a chilling scream from behind a row of tents. We rushed there, weapons at the ready, only to witness a horrifying sight. Private Matthews on the ground, hands grasped desperately around his neck as blood seeped through his fingers. The assailant was nowhere to be seen, but we noticed his tracks not far from the scene. We followed them deeper into the woods like idiots against all reason and protocol, but we felt a personal responsibility to find out who did this to our comrade. That's when we came across it, a creature seeming torn straight out of internet folklore, the Wendigo, standing tall on its hind legs with matted fur covering its grotesque skeletal body. We didn't think such things existed until we stared right into its unnervingly human-like eyes. It was now us against this unnatural horror that could move so swiftly and silently. We fought with everything we had, with muscle memory kicking in as training guided us through fight or flight reactions, but every time we thought we'd landed a hit or cornered it, the Wendigo would suddenly vanish. Including one heart-stopping moment where the muzzle flashed from my rifle showed it bearing down on me mere inches from my face. Eventually, Judas and I managed to regroup and make our way back to base, trembling with adrenaline, yet determined never to allow this thing anywhere near us or anyone else again. But how could we stop something so elusive? Our search for answers led us deep into local history and whispers of strange sightings dating back generations, stories of people stopped by shadowy figures, whispers in the night, and lonely travelers gone missing without a trace. The legend of the Wendigo seemed to have woven itself into the very fabric of the town's psyche. As we delved deeper, we realized that our arrival had seemingly stirred something in that sinister creature, awakening it from a long summer. It was time to face the truth. Our mission had suddenly changed from simply maintaining a military base to protecting not only ourselves but also the people who lived alongside us. We decided to approach our commanding officer, Captain Ramirez, with our findings. Initially, he dismissed our stories as mere hallucinations resulting from stress and exhaustion. However, when we presented him with concrete evidence, photographs of the makeshift shrine and strange tracks found around the base, he became more supportive of our plan to devise a strategy against this ancient evil. After days of rigorous research and consulting with local experts in mythology and folklore, we put together a plan based on ancient tribal rituals designed to repel and potentially destroy the Wendigo. It was a long shot. This monster had survived for generations, hidden beneath legends and superstitions. However, we believed that perhaps harnessing the beliefs and history that kept it alive could also be used against it, and so began our dangerous quest to avenge Private Matthews and safeguard our community. We knew that as long as the Wendigo roamed these lands, darkness would continue to suffocate our once peaceful existence, turning every shadow into a hiding place for terror. But with newfound determination forged in the heat of battle against this relentlessly haunting enemy, we were prepared to face whatever fate had in store for us. Aware of the risks, but undeterred by fear, it was now clear that our fight wasn't just for us. It was for all those who called this place home and needed heroes to keep them safe from nightmares lurking beyond their understanding. Thank you. I was sprawled on the couch after another long shift at the base. My name is John Braxton, and I'm an analyst for our unit dealing with security intelligence. That particular evening I decided to stay in and watch one of those obscure documentaries I occasionally find myself drawn to. The unwelcome sound of my phone buzzing next to me pulled me out of my trance-like focus. It was Aaron Stillwell, a close friend from work. Amen, I've got to see this over at Devil's Den State Park. Some gnarly is happening. He didn't elaborate further but insisted I head over immediately. Curious, since they're crazy. I begrudgingly peeled myself from the couch and drove to the park where Aaron was waiting in the parking lot puffing on a cigarette. Aaron was all wild eyes and a titanium grip around the arm as he led me deeper into the park. I don't know what it is, man, but I swear it's something straight out of hell. He whispered hoarsely. A cold shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the chilly air. As we walked further into the woods, the ambient sounds seemed to be absorbed by some otherworldly force. Suddenly Aaron froze, mid-step, gesturing towards something not far from us. There lay four mutilated bodies of hikers, their limbs scattered around them and bone fragments sticking out. Grotesquely, the local authorities were called and stationed us on guard duty around the crime scene as they launched an investigation into what they suspected was some sort of animal attack. Time passed slowly and uneasily as we stood on guard for hours, each lost and thought about what could have caused such carnage. The surviving witnesses all recalled experiences marked by frightful screams amidst the metallic smell thick in the air that they couldn't identify. Days after that gruesome discovery, we delved into the matter further on our own. Aaron and I interviewed backwoods locals and stumbled upon whispers of a dangerous creature hidden in the forest near Devil's Den State Park. No one could confirm its origins or whereabouts, but it was called the Shadow Stalker. Weeks after that unforgettable night, we found ourselves in the same spot. We had first uncovered the carnage, now armed with trail cameras, potent firepower, and an unshakable determination to uncover the truth about the entity terrorizing their community. At one point we stopped dead in our tracks as we came across undeniable proof of something entirely unnatural. Large, claw-like tracks embedded deep into the earth as darkness fell. On another tense night, multiple cameras started tripping simultaneously. Bolton immediately initiated his Predator drone to scan the woods, but it showed nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly confronted by ghetto snarls and rapid rustling in the underbrush right beside us, we barely had time to react before a monstrous creature lunged at us from behind a tree. It was tall and emaciated, and it moved with unnatural agility. As it closed in on us, I fired a shot at its hulking frame to little effect. Aaron followed suit while panic, flooding every nerve in his body. We grappled desperately between life and death with the malevolent creature before managing to overpower it. But just as we believed this nightmare was drawing to an end, another spine-chilling revelation awaited us back at base. One of the remote pilots investigating our footage from earlier revealed that numerous other shadow stalkers had surrounded US during that horrific encounter, each one more vicious than the last. An old hunter named Henry Dooley approached us after hearing about our running with these creatures. He told us that they were twisted entities born from ancient curses long forgotten, preying on humanity for centuries, shrouded in dark mystery. We never ceased investigating the whereabouts of these ghastly creatures, but we came to learn that some disturbing enigmas should best be left concealed from humanity. No amount of knowledge could vanquish the fear that has chilled my bones since that first unfathomable encounter in the murky depths of Devil's Den State Park. Over the years, Aaron and I continued to follow any leads that could shed more light on the presence of these cursed creatures. Our investigations led us down a twisted road, drawing other tormented souls like Henry Dooley into our crusade. We formed an alliance against these monstrosities, dedicated to uncovering their secrets and protecting humanity from the horrors they inflicted. This pursuit became our lives, consuming every waking moment and haunting our sleep with nightmares of those gruesome nighttime encounters as dark forces lingered at the edge of our world, amidst shadows stretching to envelop everything we held dear. We vowed never to let such evil overrun civilization, even if it meant facing our own demons as we confronted the darkest corners of human history. But with each new revelation we uncovered and each battle we fought, one question lingered relentlessly in my mind. Could we ultimately withstand this relentless force of ancient malevolence, or would it eventually consume us from within? I was hanging out with my buddies, Jess and Michael, at our favorite late-night coffee shop, the Twisted Spoon. We were winding down from another Saturday night out on the town in Austin, Texas. We've been friends since high school, and even though we all had busy lives now, we always made it a point to catch up on weekends. So Nate just said, leaning over the table with a glint in her eye, "How's life treating you these days? Have you found the love of your life yet?" I snorted into my coffee, grinning at her sadly misguided matchmaking attempts. "Not yet, Jess, but I appreciate your unwavering enthusiasm." Michael chimed in about his latest woodworking project, and I shared about my new job at a tech firm. Life had been pretty uneventful lately, and honestly we all needed something to lift us out of our ordinary existence. As the night wore on, I vaguely noticed a scruffy-looking guy sitting alone in the corner. His piercing blue eyes seemed to dart around nervously. I didn't pay too much attention. Lots of weird characters wandered in and out of the Twisted Spoon. The following weekend started off like any other, just playing matchmaker, as usual, out of nowhere. Jess suggested that we go on a mini road trip to check out this abandoned farmhouse she'd heard about from a co-worker. It wasn't far from town, and apparently it had a spooky history surrounding it. Since we were all itching for a little excitement, we agreed to the plan for the next day. We headed off early Sunday morning in Michael's pickup truck. As different as we were, just being outgoing and charismatic Michael excelling at anything hands-on or craft-related, and me just being an awkward tech nerd, it was surprising how well our friendship worked. We arrived at the worn-down farmhouse late in the afternoon. Despite being warned that the place looked creepy, nothing prepared us for the eerie vibes we got the moment we stepped out of the truck. As we cautiously ventured inside, I noticed the worn-out old newspaper article tucked in between some decaying furniture. The headline caught my attention. "Local doctor accused of malpractice found dead." Reading aloud, I told Michael and Jess about Dr. Silas Marlowe, who had apparently lost his license due to countless accusations of botched surgeries and questionable treatments. One day after being run out of town, they found his body in this very farmhouse, mutilated beyond recognition. We exchanged nervous laughs, trying to downplay how creeped out we were, but our laughter stopped abruptly when we heard the front door creaking shut. Suddenly on edge, our banter evolved into tense whispers as we made our way back through the house. Our footsteps sounded impossibly loud on the old floorboards. Reaching the door, which was wide open just moments ago, we saw it was now held shut by a thick metal chain secured with a padlock. Panic set in, as we realized that not only were we locked in, but that someone was obviously messing with us. In our rush attempt to find another way out, Michael found a window that wasn't boarded up and managed to pry it open with some effort. As the three of us squeezed through and stumbled onto the overgrown lawn outside, we caught sight of a figure slowly stepping around the corner. It was Dr. Silas Marlowe's spitting image from the newspaper, clipping disheveled hair, piercing blue eyes and clothes covered in dark stains. He lunged towards Michael with the look of pure rage on his face, but missed as Michael dodged out of the way. Just in time, we ran as fast as we could, our hearts pounding and adrenaline surging through our veins. The deranged figure chased us with frightening speed and persistence, the sound of his heavy breathing echoing in our ears. As we sprinted, Jess spotted an old shed hidden behind the tall grass, not far from the farmhouse. "Quick in here," she shouted. We burst through the creaking door and slammed it shut behind us, bolting it with a rusted metal rod. We found inside. We held out breath as the sound of footsteps near the shed, before slowly fading away into silence, huddled together in the darkness. We took a moment to catch our breath and regain our composure. Our minds raced with questions. Who was our mysterious attacker? Was he really the ghost of Dr. Silas Marlowe, or a twisted individual obsessed with the deceased doctor's story? With no time to waste, we decided to make a run for Michael's truck while our pursuer was still at bay. The three of us carefully exited the shed, scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger, and made a silent sprint towards the truck. Once inside, Michael gunned the engine and floored it, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As we sped away from that terrifying place, as we recounted the harrowing details of our ordeal on our drive back to town, it became clear that we wouldn't soon forget our brush with terror. Nor would we ever let go of the feeling of gratitude to have escaped with our lives. The chilling memories of Dr. Silas Marlowe haunted us long after that day, but they also served as a reminder that there is excitement to be found outside our ordinary lives, albeit not always of the kind we had initially hoped for. Relax, I still remember that day like it was yesterday, August 5th, 2008, hands down the most terrifying experience of my life. I had just returned from my second tour in Iraq and was stationed at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. My name is Carter Reynolds. By the way, I was born and raised in Southern California before joining the Army. You'd think that after everything I saw in Iraq, I'd be prepared for anything, but nothing could have braced me for. What happened next? That fateful day began with me grabbing a solo breakfast at a local diner near the base. As I sipped my coffee and read the newspaper, a brief conversation with an old-timer about his time in Vietnam caught my attention. After exchanging stories, I decided to spend my day off exploring the woods near Fayetteville. What better way to decompress than by spending some time in nature? Little did I know that decision would haunt me forever. The forest was dense and peaceful, with only the sounds of birds and a few squirrels rustling. About an hour into my hike, I stumbled upon an abandoned construction site. Curiosity piqued. I wandered through the skeletal remains of half-built structures surrounded by tall grass and overgrowth. Suddenly out of nowhere came this god-awful screech. It sounded like a mix of nails on a chalkboard and a wild animal's guttural cry. Unable to comprehend what just happened, but feeling uneasy, I continued cautiously only to discover something unsettling. There were strange footprints in the mud that appeared non-human, large hooves with scratches veering off them. I convinced myself it was just some bizarre wildlife species native to these woods that had escaped from a nearby zoo or perhaps belonged to one of those so-called cryptids. All things considered, my skepticism outweighed my initial fear, but then everything changed when I came across a brutal scene. A mutilated deer carcass lay sprawled on the ground before me, its entrails spilling over the grass. As an army man, I had seen violence and gore before, but this was different. This sheer brutality of the scene was nearly beyond belief. The deer appeared to have been brutally eviscerated by a creature of terrifying strength. Turning to leave, I caught a brief glimpse of something bizarre, a tall, dark figure darting behind one of the structures. It was vaguely human in shape but seemed covered with long, coarse fur. Startled and uneasy, I grasped my pocket knife, moving cautiously towards the area where it had disappeared. Suddenly, confronted with the horrifying reality that such a creature existed and wasn't just some figment of my imagination, I was shaken to my core. Timid whispers at the base would haunt me for days afterwards. I later overheard local hunters telling stories of an enigmatic creature they called the Fayetteville Shredder, responsible for numerous incidents in the region. The descriptions matched what I had seen that day in those sinister woods. The last thing that I heard about it was from Sergeant Cover's nephew, a police officer who had been investigating those attacks as well. But after everything that happened already 13 years ago, I still don't know if they ever caught that beast or if it is still roaming out there hungry and ready to claim more victims. Over the years, I found myself unable to escape the haunting memories of that fateful day in North Carolina. It seemed as though the Fayetteville Shredder had become intertwined with my own psyche, a constant reminder of the brutality our world is capable of. Upon leaving the Army, I returned to Southern California and attempted to rebuild my life, focusing on personal growth and healing. But something inside me had changed. An unyielding curiosity had taken root, compelling me to seek out answers about what had transpired deep within those woods. I soon became consumed by researching cryptids and other mysterious creatures that walked the shadows of our world. Driven by a desire for closure and a need to make sense of my own harrowing experience, I delved into folklore, interviewed locals from various regions, and even joined expeditions in search of tangible evidence for these enigmatic beasts. Throughout my journey, I met others who had come face to face with the inexplicable and shared their own stories, tales that sent shivers down my spine and reaffirmed that there was still so much we humans don't know about the world we inhabit. As time went on, I forged connections within both cryptid research circles and law enforcement communities that took these mysterious encounters with deadly creatures seriously enough to devote personal time to understanding them. And while no concrete explanation for the Fayetteville Shredder ever emerged, Nor was any definitive evidence captured to satiate my thirst for answers. I became convinced that we share this world with many things beyond our comprehension. The unknown will always be vast, but perhaps it's through brave souls venturing into those dark corners to piece together fragments of truth that we may one day begin to understand the full scope of realities hidden just beyond our reach. It all started with an invitation to my old college buddy's housewarming party. As I pulled up to the house, I couldn't help but marvel at the stunning view that greeted me. James Levant's house backed onto a peaceful lake surrounded by dense trees. Of course, James could afford any location he wanted. After scoring big in the tech industry, I parked and walked inside, where I was met by warm laughter and reminiscing friends bumping into James. I finally introduced myself. "Hey, it's been a while, huh? Man, you've got quite the place here. Congrats, thanks, Cameron. It feels like half a lifetime since we hung out. I'm glad you could come," he replied, clapping me on the back as the night wore on. The liquor flowed, and it wasn't long before we reached that phase of excessive drinking where everybody became everybody's best friend. Eventually, James gathered us around and said we'd be playing a game popular among the elite, a scavenger hunt with genuine artifacts as prizes. At first it sounded harmless enough. Little did we know just what awaited us in the depths of that sprawling house. Soon after beginning our search for the items on our list, my small group, consisting of me, my best friend Danny Blake, an acquaintance named Sarah Whittington and her cousin Steve Winstead, stumbled across hidden rooms and passageways unknown to everyone except James himself. We whispered through labyrinth and corridors that seemed like they'd been made ages ago. Man, Sarah James went all out on this weird little adventure. PSHH, it suits him, she retorted jokingly. The deeper into the house we ventured, though, things took a dark turn. In one room, half concealed by a cleverly designed bookcase, lay old newspapers clipped haphazardly to walls. Alongside gruesome crime scene photos on blurred images of bodies that should never have been graced with the light of day, Danny frowned and said, Cameron, let's get out of here. We can just skip this task and move on to the next." I didn't need any convincing, but it was too late. Fate had already spent it ahead of us, and we couldn't help but be dragged along. Minutes later, as we navigated a dimly lit passage seeking escape, our group almost collided with James' personal assistant Hannah. Her eyes started back and forth between us, and her breathing was labored. "Guys, thank God you've got to help me," she urged. "Something's wrong. James has gone crazy. He says he's doing it for the ultimate prize payment for a life-altering debut." Her story came spilling out in tiny gasps as she led us to our first real encounter with the horrifying path James had embarked on. Only half a dozen steps later, we found ourselves face to face with an actual crime scene or, as we understood it moments later, an elaborate reenactment. There before us, unfiltered by TV screens or graphic warning labels, lay victims in various stages of agony and, though I gagged at the very thought of their hopeless sobs and gruesome suffering, our collective mind raced to piece together a semblance of sense beneath it all. Determined not to abandon Hannah or leave our friends behind, we picked up on every disturbing clue left by James in his twisted game that brought events from years past back into focus. Unsolved murders now held up against new light, as if to offer glimpses of truth in exchange for blood. As night stretched into the early hours of the morning, our group pushed forward with mounting fear and desperation. The dark corners of the house seemed to hold more secrets than we could have ever imagined, and the cruel logic behind James' demented game became increasingly clear. Each meticulously arranged crime scene forced us to confront our own nightmares and buried memories, challenging us to find the strength within ourselves to keep going. As we neared the end, murmurs among our group turned from disbelief at our old friend to concern that he had truly lost his mind. The final room loomed before us, its door slightly ajar. As if inviting us in for the grand finale, our hands trembled as we pushed it open, revealing James standing in the center with a sinister grin plastered across his face. "Congratulations," he is. "You've managed to piece together my masterpiece, but will you survive long enough to unveil the last clue?" The terrified gazes of our group locked onto one another, questioning whether we had come too far to turn back now resolutely. We swore that we would uncover the whole truth behind James' twisted machinations, even if it would push us beyond the edge of sanity itself, Fort Hood, Texas. I stood outside my barack enjoying a much-needed cigarette break when a private named Bradley Nicholson came running frantically towards me. "Did you see that? The hell was that thing?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed and out of breath. I raised an eyebrow, taking another drag of my cigarette before responding. "Are you all right, Bradley? You're looking a little shaken up." Bradley leaned against the wall. His breathing labored. "Something, we need to find it." I skeptically watched as his eyes darted around, paranoia written on his face. "Are you sure it's not just the night shift getting to you, Raymond?" he snapped, finally looking me in the eye. "It's over by the training area. You have to come with me right now." Not willing to argue, I took one last drag of my cigarette and flicked it away before following Bradley towards the training facility. As we approached the location, an unsettling feeling overwhelmed me, but I shook it off and reminded myself that it was probably just nerves. What we stumbled upon at the training grounds was beyond anything I could comprehend. A figure hunched over the motionless body of Corporal Lawrence Jenkins. It wasn't human. Its eyes glowed blood red against its silver-tinged skin. Panic coursed through my veins as I finally found my voice. "What the hell is that?" Bradley didn't respond. Instead, he started texting furiously on his phone for help. Horrified, yet unable to look away, I watched as the creature devoured Jenkins piece by piece, renting flesh from bone with ease. Driven by primal hunger or seeking revenge for some unknown transgression, the creature stopped feasting momentarily and locked eyes with me. Every instinct told me to run. Flames of terror ripped through my body, but my duty to my fellow soldiers anchored me in place. I had to protect them even from this monster. Before the creature could attack me, Bradley threw his flashlight at it. The brilliant beam of light startled the beast and gave us a narrow window to escape. As we sprinted back towards our quarters, I couldn't help but think of Jenkins and how he had signed up 2 months ago, just like everyone else. Unaware of the bloodthirsty culture shock that awaited him at Fort Hood, I contacted General Turner upon reaching the safety of the barracks, and he gathered all available personnel for an urgent meeting. Hastily cobbled together from eyewitness accounts came a horrifying realization: we were dealing with an adversary far more monstrous than anything we had ever seen. Fueled by fear, yet bonded by camaraderie, we braced ourselves in preparation for a long battle ahead, one that would test every fiber of our beings. Weeks later, after losing more comrades and enduring sleepless nights filled with dread, we would finally understand the truth behind the monster. Over a stiff drink at a bar near base, but only because being off base offered some small solace, I learned about one of Texas' darker secrets from a grizzled bartender, the chupacabra. Whatever this creature was, whether it was local mythology or an otherworldly visitor, it breached our secure walls and eluded all attempts at capture. It struck fear into us like never before, warming its way into our psyche. As much as we fought back against its onslaughts and tried to unravel our collective nightmares, one thing was unquestionable: the chupacabra had entered our reality uninvited, but firmly embedded within our darkest fears forevermore. The ramifications of the chupacabra's presence at Fort Hood reverberated throughout the entire military community. Morale plummeted, causing divisions among those who wanted to stay and fight and those who sought transfers to other bases. Eventually, word began to leak to the civilian population, fueling suspicions and distrust towards the military for withholding the truth. It was clear that we couldn't hold our ground any longer by ourselves. We needed the knowledge and expertise of those who had encountered this creature in the past. Desperate for answers and backed by General Turner's sanction, I led a small team of soldiers to consult with local ranchers, wildlife experts, and cryptozoologists in an effort to better understand our enemy. While some dismissed our desperate inquiries as paranoid hysteria, others were sympathetic. They shared their own harrowing encounters with the chupacabra stories that sent chilling shivers down our spines. It was during these consultations that we pieced together an audacious plan, one that would require not only all our scientific minds but also the support of a dubious community as we continued skirmishing with this relentless beast. In the following months, our small team worked tirelessly to develop new strategies, weapons, and technology capable of subduing the chupacabra. The war against this elusive enemy became an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow, an unyielding torrent that threatened to break us all as we gained traction against it. Though our perseverance began to pay off, incremental progress brought new hope, a surging tide of determination imbued with a newfound sense of purpose. It was clear that, regardless of the outcome, one thing had changed. Irrevocably, though, battered and beleaguered from our encounters with fear incarnate, there was no turning back. Now, we remained unwavering in our commitment to eliminate this monstrous blight from Fort Hood for our comrades who had fallen before us and to protect our brothers and sisters in arms. You know that feeling when you're waiting for your friend at their favorite coffee shop? The anticipation, the excitement of catching up after a long time. Yeah, that's how I felt as I walked into River Rose Cafe in Louisville, Kentucky. It was the middle of October and I hadn't seen my best friend, Nate Evans, since high school graduation. My name is Ryan Burkhart and I'm your average 25-year-old. Working as an IT consultant, I always had a thing for computers, which led me to pursue a career in technology. Thankfully, despite our busy lives, Nate and I stayed in touch over the years. As I sat down with my coffee, Nate walked in looking better than ever. He started working as a personal trainer and moved to Louisville 2 years ago. We spent hours catching up on everything under the sun. Time truly flies when you're having fun. On my way back home, I decided to take a detour, since Nate assured me it was safe and the view alongside the river was breathtaking at sunset. It wasn't long before Nate's words rang true, as the sun dipped below the horizon, creating an aesthetically pleasing view halfway through. My stroll down by the riverside trail was when I noticed I had company, this guy walking his dog a few feet behind me. He seemed like any ordinary person, just strolling around and enjoying nature. We exchanged glances and nodded cordially before continuing along our respective paths. Moments later, however, something wasn't sitting right with me. My instincts were kicking into overdrive as I realized this same guy kept showing up behind me on different parts of the trail. Even after I took a few turns myself to get some distance between us, taking in all of tonight's picturesque beauty, he sarcastically asked, without so much as looking at me directly. That tone made me worry, realizing it wasn't pure coincidence anymore that led to our continual encounters. We crossed paths yet again closer to the parking lot, but this time his dog started growling as he continued staring me down. I finally reached my car, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about that guy. That's when I noticed he was still watching me, and now he wasn't alone. There were 3 more people standing next to him near a rundown van. I realized they had probably been tracking me this entire time. Fueled by adrenaline, I quickly got in my car and peeled out of the parking lot, driving around aimlessly. Utterly shaken, I reached out to a local friend who was a cop officer, Jenny Whitmore, and told her everything that just went down. A couple of days later, I received a call from Officer Whitmore saying they'd identified my unexpected trail companion as Jeffrey Crowder. Jeffrey had a rap sheet for assaults and armed robberies, mostly targeted at unsuspecting individuals walking alone. Jenny further informed me that they captured Jeffrey and his buddies when they tried cornering another victim late the next night, doing what I experienced, being stalked. When caught in the act, it turned out they were conducting a series of violent confrontations, followed by robberies or worse. It sent chills down my spine to realize how close of an encounter I had with someone who could have potentially harmed or killed me. As horrifying as it was, it felt good knowing my good feeling might have saved my life that October evening by the river. Since that frightening encounter, I have become more vigilant about my surroundings, especially when walking alone. It also stirred in me an unyielding appreciation for the crucial role instincts play in self-preservation. The whole incident served as a reminder that even in seemingly idyllic settings, potential dangers can lurk just around the corner. Nate and I continued to catch up regularly, but we opted for venues closer to home or in more populated areas, sharing our lives and reminiscing over good times without letting fear hinder our friendship. Ultimately, though shaken by the experience, I emerged from a more alert and attuned to my surroundings, never again taking my sense of security for granted. My heart pounded like a jackhammer as I sat in my small, dimly lit booth at the military communications station on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It was unusual for me to be so nervous while relaying classified information. After all, I'd been stationed here for over a year and had never encountered anything remotely suspicious or dangerous. But that day an eerie chill filled the air. It was just another mundane Wednesday afternoon as I tapped away on my keyboard when I received a colleague's message. "Hey, Emil Al-Jafri, guess what? We have to investigate some sort of disturbance a mile north of our post. I furrowed my brow as I responded, for real, Damon Kielberg, what's going on out there? Damon replied, apparently there's an entity causing chaos in the isolated woods nearby. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but it's got everyone on edge. I'm not one to believe in folklore or urban legends, but something about this situation sent shivers down my spine, despite the uneasiness rolling over me like dense fog. It was our duty to respond to any incident near our base. We left our post after gathering the necessary gear and drove toward the designated location. Upon arrival, Damon and I stumbled across an inconspicuous-looking vehicle, abandoned in the middle of the road, before hearing cries for help coming from deeper into the woods. As we ventured further into the dense foliage, we discovered a horrific scene. Amongst the trees lay butchered deer carcasses scattered about like gruesome decorations, all eviscerated in a way that wouldn't be possible by any known predator in those parts. The stench of death engulfed us. Our walkie-talkies crackled with sudden static interference as a blood-curdling scream pierced through the silence. We sprinted toward the source with adrenaline-fueled resolve. Following a trail of crimson streaks, we found a man writhing in pain, his leg mangled from a fresh vicious attack. As Damon attempted to console and tend to the injured man, I radioed for immediate backup and medical assistance. The injured fellow gasped out a weak statement that still haunts my dreams today. It's the infamous rake, and it wants blood. The sudden thought of footsteps startled us all, and I probably took in with my M4 carbine at the approaching menace. Darkness obscured its features, but its outline betrayed a creature with elongated limbs and sunken eyes that gleamed menacingly in the moonlight. The rake lunged at Damon, who instinctively fired back, hitting the creature square in the chest. We thought we had neutralized the threat until it scrambled off into the shadows with such speed that our eyes had difficulty tracking it. Backup arrived shortly after, and we recounted our harrowing experience to them as they secured the area and rushed the injured man to safety. 2 weeks later, a colleague informed me that whispers of supernatural encounters plagued nearby settlements for quite some time before our confrontation with the rake, stories of innocent people brutalized by this ruthless entity lurking among them. For Damon, Kelberg, and me, those horrifying events are forever etched in our memories. As for the rake, its essence remains alive within local legends, while continuing its reign of terror in the darkest corners of this unforgiving world. Months passed, yet the shadow of that encounter lingered with Damon and me. Our lives had irrevocably changed after our confrontation with the rake. Sleep became elusive, and we found solace in sharing our fears and reflections with one another. As much as we tried to move on, we knew that we could not simply forget what lurked right beyond our doorstep. In a bid to protect our community from this malevolent creature, Damon and I took it upon ourselves to dive into the dark world of cryptids and unexplained phenomena. We began researching past encounters with the rake, compiling data from newspaper clippings, witness testimonies, and even online forums frequented by those who claimed to have survived their brushes with the supernatural. Surprisingly, we discovered a long history of enigmatic sightings that spanned centuries, featuring chillingly similar descriptions to what we had faced that dreadful night in the woods. The more time we spent investigating the phenomenon, the more it became apparent that the rake was not an isolated legend by any means. It was a real menace that threatened people from all corners of the earth. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Damon and I decided to confront our fears head-on. Building on our military training and expertise in covert operations, we founded a secret organization dedicated to researching and combating cryptid threats, particularly the rake. Although official channels refused to acknowledge the existence of these creatures and branded us as delusional, this only fueled our desire to expose the truth. Over time, our small groups swelled in size as others who had been touched by rake's terror joined us. A shared goal bound us together: liberate humanity from the ruthless claws of these otherworldly beings. As part of our mission, we then shooting to remote woods where sightings were reported. Our bodies were found mangled beyond recognition. We left no stone unturned, but feared every dark corner, motivated by the memory of what happened to that poor man in Albuquerque. Though our pursuit for justice continues, we have yet to rid the world of the rake's sinister grip completely. With each passing night, we risk our own lives, but remain resolute in our quest to unveil the lurking truths concealed within the shadows deep inside. We hope that one day these nightmares will be nothing more than distant memories, and mankind can once again live without fear of encountering darkness incarnate. Salt Lake City, Utah. The date was July 3, 2007. I had recently been honorably discharged from the Army after serving in Iraq and was now working as a freelance security consultant. The apartment barely contained the remnants of my past life, a few military medals, old boots, and one or two photos that now seemed foreign to me. It wasn't until the third whiskey that I stumbled across something online that caught my eye, an obscure article on a local urban legend, the ghastly Noxie necromancer. As someone who isn't usually into folklore, I don't know what compelled me to click it, but soon enough I found myself diving straight down the dark rabbit hole of this internet phenomenon. The Noxie necromancer was a creature like no other, said to be an unholy amalgamation of man and beast, with an insatiable appetite for tormenting its prey. Some claim it was once human, but was twisted and contorted by malevolent rituals. Whatever its origins might be, it left behind a trail of blood and destruction wherever it went. I didn't pay too much attention initially to the map that pinpointed this creature's supposed attacks, at least not until I noticed the pin right in my own neighborhood. I remembered feeling a peculiar sense of unease when I saw that those attacks were merely half a mile from my apartment. And it wasn't just one attack either. There were multiple gruesome encounters reported within just a few blocks of each other. One victim had been mauled beyond recognition, while others had limbs torn from their bodies and savage displays of violence. Local law enforcement suspected those deaths were the work of a wild animal or maybe even some twisted prankster trying to make headlines. Despite my initial skepticism, curiosity got the best of me. I decided to play detective and tried to prove this legend wrong, or at least find an explanation for these gruesome incidents. So I took photos of the pinpoints and mapped out a plan for the next day. The following morning, armed with my recently acquired knowledge and a backpack filled with necessary gear, I ventured out to explore the Noxie necromancer's supposed hunting grounds. The first site was an abandoned building that had become a canvas for local graffiti artists. When I arrived, nothing seemed out of place, just a dilapidated structure covered in colorful paint. As I stepped carefully through broken glass and debris, I noticed something strange, finger-like scratches embedded in one of the concrete walls. These carvings were deep and deliberate, as if made by something incredibly strong. At the second location, a secluded patch of woods near an old residential area, I found remnants of torn clothes caught on branches and what appeared to be dried blood on the ground. The further I ventured into the woods, the more my skepticism began to crumble. When I reached the final pin on my map, an old storm drain tunnel at the edge of town, my heart raced as realization began to set in, moving slowly but purposefully down into the damp tunnel, illuminated only by my flashlights. Beam cutting through total darkness, dread enveloped me like a thick fog. Ahead of me, in that darkness lurked something monstrous, an unspeakable terror born from the darkest recesses of humanity's nightmares. It was then that I felt its presence, or, better yet, heard it without warning. It screeched, a bone-chilling howl reverberating through the tunnel walls. My body tensed and my grip tightened around my flashlight as quiet steps echoed behind me. Then suddenly silence, a brutal struggle ensued. Blows exchanged in pitch darkness as adrenaline surged through my body, but it was still unseen. The Noxie necromancer. True to its name, the creatures seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, an invisible force of destruction. I managed to escape, bruised and battered, but alive and feeling more vulnerable than ever before. In the days that followed, I heard rumors of other similar encounters, of people who had come face to face with the Noxie necromancer and lived to tell the tale hushed tones. They spoke of their own gruesome struggles, their descriptions eerily similar to my own experience. These shared testimonies sparked a fire within me, a burning determination to rid my city of this nightmarish being that preyed on its people. Over time, I gathered fellow survivors, forming a coalition of those desperate for justice. Together we investigated the cryptic origins of this malignant entity and searched for any vulnerabilities we could exploit. Our quest took us deep into the city's underbelly, into hidden archives, forgotten cemeteries, and even underground crypts, where we strove to trace the creature back to its unholy roots. As we delved further into our crusade against this murderous force, I found renewed purpose and camaraderie among my fellow comrades at arms. Though we faced many harrowing nights and dark discoveries, one thing became abundantly clear: we would not be able to rest until we had exorcised this malevolence from our city and put an end to its reign of terror once and for all. I was sitting in a dingy bar with my lifelong best friend, Jackson Haverford. It was the night before our annual Broke Cat Iron, a weekend trip we took to catch up and have some fun. We decided on Lexington, Kentucky this year. Close enough to drive, but far enough from the mundane routine that had become our lives. Well, cheers to yet another Broke Cat Iron raised his glass. Let's make it a memorable one. We clinked glasses and took a swig of cheap bourbon. I glanced around and noticed a man sitting at the opposite end of the bar. He seemed to be watching us, intently pretending not to notice. I turned back towards Jackson. "Did you see that guy over there?" I whispered. He gave a nonchalant shrug. "Yeah, I noticed him too, but honestly, Jackson Green and Jackson have referred at the same bar. Who wouldn't stare?" I laughed but still couldn't shake this strange feeling, something I kept to myself. We continued talking about work and life while downing beers until eventually calling it a night. Leaving the bar, Jackson and I made our way towards our rented cabin. The following day we decided to go for a hike in Jefferson Memorial Forest. It was a beautiful morning as we were setting off from our campsite. "So what's the plan for tonight?" Jackson asked. As we walked along the trail, I heard there's an underground poker game in town. I said, grinning. "I'm feeling lucky." About 2 hours into our hike, we stumbled upon an old abandoned shack deep in the woods. It looked like it had been untouched for years. Jackson suggested exploring it for fun, and reluctantly I agreed. While searching through an old dusty desk inside the shack, I found a series of old newspaper articles detailing gruesome murders that happened in Lexington 30 years ago. The killer was never caught. "What a creepy coincidence," Jackson commented, taking a look at the articles himself. "Maybe we should watch our backs." We laughed it off, trying not to let fear creep in, but while we left the shack we couldn't help glancing back at it. The poker game proved interesting. That evening we made friends with a local named Ray Brooker, who shared some unnerving stories of the unresolved killings, largely forgotten by the town. As midnight approached, we decided to head back to our cabin, but Jackson realized he had left his wallet behind at the poker game. "You go ahead," he said, "I'll just run back and grab it." With little choice, I continued to our cabin alone. By the time I got there, I was worried Jackson should have made it back by now. I retraced my steps back towards Tomlin. Suddenly I saw a rental car parked off the path. As I approached, my heart sank. There was blood smeared on the windshield and Jackson slumped in the driver's seat. Panicked, I called 911 and armed myself with a nearby tree branch. It wasn't long before someone lunged toward me from the woods. It was the man from the bar. Before I could react, he tackled me holding a knife to my throat. My heart raced as I struggled to break free from his grasp. "You should have stayed away," he hissed in my ear, his breath hot and fell as he tightened his grip. I remembered the newspaper articles and raised stories. Could this man be the long-lost killer? Adrenaline surged through me as I mustered all my strength and managed to elbow him in the stomach. The man doubled over in pain just long enough for me to grab the knife from his hand and defend myself with my newfound weapon. I yelled for help, hoping someone from town would hear me. Wounded but still dangerous, the man lunged at me again, this time with a crazed fury in his eyes. As we fought, a group of locals emerged from the forest, led by Ray Brooker. They tackled the man to the ground, restraining him until the police arrived on the scene. As it turned out, our new friend Ray happened to be a retired detective who had been working on this cold case for decades. Our discovery of the newspaper articles had rekindled his determination to solve it once and for all. Eventually we learned that Jackson was going to be okay, bruised and blooded but alive. What was supposed to be just another cat iron ended up being a life-changing experience none of us would ever forget. Over time, Jackson and I grew even closer as brothers than we ever thought possible. We continued our annual trips, but from then on we made sure to stick together and avoid any mysterious shacks that crossed our path. You know that feeling when you look back and think, what the hell was I doing? That's the kind of chaos I dealt with a while back down in Grover's Quarry, Texas, a small town with its fair share of bad juju. I just graduated and found myself working as a communications officer for the army stationed not far from there. It seemed like the perfect gig to pay off my student loans. By the way, I'm Bran Holstead. I'm pleased to meet you. So here's how it all went down. My buddy Jasper and I decided to blow off some steam by dirt biking around the outskirts of town. There's no harm in that, right? Moving past an old, dilapidated barn, we encountered a teen named Marlon Curtis who lived nearby. According to him, something didn't seem right about the place ever since he noticed strange footprints leading into the woods. Now we weren't exactly scaredy cats, more on the skeptical side, but we were still intrigued enough to investigate further. We followed our curiosity into those damned woods. There we were, ankle deep in grimy water, swatting away mosquitoes and cursing under our breath for such a stupid decision as we crept along, muffled screams pierced through the ever-present hum of insects. Tensions mounted as our casual banter turned to frayed nerves, with each punishing step further into the unknown. Our patience was tested as much as our resolve when we stumbled upon an absolutely gut-wrenching scene. They're half submerged in marsh water where mutilated rabbit carcasses scattered around an improvised altar made of skulls and twigs. The most unsettling thing, though, was finding several Polaroids nailed to trees nearby, pictures of various families from town, and then it hit me. I've seen this symbol before. I hissed at Jasper while looking at their twisted faces. The symbol carved on their foreheads matched an old legend I once looked up. El Espantajo said to haunt the wetlands around these parts. A demonic creature disguised as a scarecrow abducted unwary trespassers. At that moment, desperation and dread reached new heights as we desperately attempted to retrace our steps back to safety. Garbled shrieks echoing in the distance only fueled our fear. Hell-bent on surviving this nightmare, we managed to claw our way back to what looked like the entrance, but that's when it got even more twisted. We found Marlon slumped against the tree at the edge of the woods, knocked out cold. A blooded knife lay not far from him. Guards found us minutes later after arresting Marlon for those gruesome deeds, all thanks to an anonymous tip claiming he'd been sneaking around in camouflage gear and scarecrow masks. Days later we caught wind that Marlon had been running with El Espantajo's legend and went about trying to bring it to life. As for Jasper and me, I guess we're just lucky. We made it out of there alive. Bumps in the night still give me chills, but if you ever find yourself near Grover's Quarry, heed my warning, steer clear and stay safe. I still remember that day so vividly, sitting in my beat-up old pickup truck on a break between classes. That truck was my pride and joy, a graduation present from my parents. A routine text to my good friend Dave took an unexpected turn when he mentioned a fresh rumor floating around town. My curiosity piqued. I couldn't resist asking him more about it. As I munched on my burger from the local fast food joint, my cousin, Gary Walker, told me about this creepy guy living in an abandoned house over on Harker Street. He explained the whole neighborhood's been talking about him, so I said, trying to downplay my interest. They say he's up to some shady stuff. People come and go about hours. It's just weird. Dave's voice rang with obvious fascination. Okay, I responded. How about we check it out after class? I wish I'd never suggested that, because that choice would change our lives forever. Later that day, after gathering some friends, Sam, a diehard, septic Ellie, who was always ready for an adventure, and Josh, the quiet observer, we walked the half-mile to Harker Street. The boarded-up windows and dilapidated porch of the house stood out against the neat row of suburban homes. We quietly approached the place as twilight began to set in. This strange odor emanating from the house made it clear that there was something off. Doubts started creeping into our minds as we hesitantly entered through a door with a busted lock. "Are you guys sure about this?" Sam whispered worryingly. "It's now or never," Ellie confidently replied. We split up to cover more ground and agreed to meet back in 10 minutes, or if we found something suspicious. Dave paired up with me so the others wouldn't realize he knew more than he let on. He had another tip from Gary that he'd kept secret. For a better surprise, as we explored the dark and moldy main floor, we suddenly heard a low groaning sound accompanied by footsteps. My heart raised, but Dave reassured me. Probably just an old house settling. We push open an almost jammed door to find a poorly lit room with old stained mattresses and drug paraphernalia scattered around. That's when it became clear there was more to this place than just a local weirdo. Before we could investigate further, we heard Ellie's blood-curdling scream echoed through the house. The panic in her voice was unmistakable as we all rushed towards it. In the dimly lit hallway upstairs, we found her Ellie against the wall, gripping her purse tightly as she stammered and pointed further down the hall. A trail of blood led from the open door of one room out to where she stood. We slowly followed the bloody trail up to a gruesome scene, Gary Walker lying motionless, his abdomen cut open like some sick science experiment gone wrong. I closed my eyes to fight back nausea. None of us were prepared for this level of horror. Without thinking, even though I didn't know him well, I instinctively checked his pockets for any ID or clues about how he'd gotten here. My fingers grasped onto his wallet, stuffed with cash. In a worn picture it showed him, with the creepy guy that was rumored to be living in the house, Hank Jarredsworth, his estranged uncle, still trying to fight ownership of their family business. All this time, Dave whispered in shock. It was Hank. After all, adrenaline fueled our sprint out of that hellhole. Not bothered by any noise we made or thinking about what might be lurking close behind us. After speeding far away from Harker Street, together while Sam called 911, we tried to process everything that had just happened. The chilling realization that we had stumbled upon a gruesome family feud left us shaken to our core as we huddled in the truck waiting for the authorities to arrive. We couldn't help but ask ourselves how things had escalated to such a horrifying point. We pondered the implications of what we had discovered and how close we had come to being potential victims ourselves. Our quiet suburban lives had been irrevocably altered, and the innocence lost in discovering the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface would haunt us for years to come. In the following weeks, as the investigation unfolded and more about Hank Jarredsworth, his motives came to light, the town struggled to make sense of it. All people looked at their neighbors with suspicion and fear, wondering what other secrets might be lurking behind closed doors. For Dave and me, it was even more personal, as the chilling experience left a mark that would forever change our perspectives on life and friendships. The real world had violently broken into our youthful existence, teaching us that uncertainty and tragedy could strike anywhere, even in our own backyards. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Wiley up the highway, I stumbled upon another mystery unfold. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This stirred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Kitterman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when we may never know if an archaeologist still lurks within the woods or might have prevented our lives so violently. But one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of that winter. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror that afflicted our adamant and bitter could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest path. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to be better, let it go. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand hacienda-style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified. Ricardo Ramirez. As I lived and breathed a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now an full-grown adult assaulting me, smiling at me from his rickety white couch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who did. Trent Lowell. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowell, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift of storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Prieta. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wished my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen me, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. Alright, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable thrill of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a wailing called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of a long creaking coffin. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and young figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim-mute expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent Lowell is gone. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, eerie. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have me know what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog dryly near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted carcass. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Kittinger, both had a carcass who had recently noticed a similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced from the aftermath. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil heart. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Myrna, and Henry, we decided to stake out the task after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with peace of mind, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this, and we were at 3 a.m., considering the rush, a few minutes fixed on the shadowy forest before us, and our vigil bore no fruit, and panic within the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hushed whispers during town hall meetings, and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of having a convicted, a malevolent folkloric creature from Sioux villages, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters. We finally caught sight of Adenopter, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words fail not describing its terror, unnerving horror, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into the air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once-naive community tight to another. We may never know if the tranquillity still lurks within these woods, or why it tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of our fingers. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small communities has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the country. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Adenopter Analytic could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the flat asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand Hacienda style. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura, like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with a salt and pepper beard, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile, oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Trent Lower. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lower, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Prieta. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that would have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen me, I thought his biggest fan after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. Alright, let's do it. We venture towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable thrill of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creeping clock. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and young figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grinning expression. "Trent," I asked hesitantly. "It's me, Ricardo, from way back." Trent lowered his guard. He muttered his voice distant and hollow. "I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned." We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, we noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distinct carcass. A beaten winder-skittered animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Pitterman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed, and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil town. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic craft. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit and panic within the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispers during town hall meetings and panic phone calls recounting the horrors of unforgettable, a malevolent fake wealth creature from Scientology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters who finally caught sight of Abernethy, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words failing in describing its terror unnervingly tall, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing into smoke out of thin air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Valley National Park, but have also bound our once-naive community tighter than ever. We may never know if the animality still lurks within these woods and once prevented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of that winter. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by undeniable winter could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional screams of passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to be outside, I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand hacienda-style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as quick we dare each other to seem concerned. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo realized. As I heard him breathe a voice scream from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvaro, now a full-grown man with a salty head, though his smile on me was lifted on the porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smirk. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Trent Lowe. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowe, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. He devoured his books as kids, and never missed an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift of storytelling brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Prieta. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wished my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We venture towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step draws us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven caught ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the click of a long creeping cover. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and gaunt figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim new expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent Lowe is gone. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading walls. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another disputed path. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This stirred conversations with other locals, Nina Feigard and Henry Kitterman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic flock. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. Where we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, 3 miles further in the shadowy forest before us, and our vigil bore no fruit and panic in the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispered during town hall meetings, and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of Abenaki Little, a malevolent folkloric creature from Sioux mythology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with sling hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters who finally caught sight of Abenaki, near where Sioux's disappearance took place. Words failing in describing its terror and murder at all, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it laid another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into the night. As I stand here today, Sioux's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Castle National Park, but have also bound our once-named community tighter than ever. We may never know if the Abenaki still lurks within these woods or what tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of that winter. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search teams to patrol the land. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Abenaki Little could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Castle National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the pace. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand Castellana style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids would dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the salt and pepper beard, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old casino. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said modestly. Oh, you would never guess it. Trent laughed. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lode, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-tingling parent's gift to storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to learner father. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. However, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan. Indeed, I know. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. Alright, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creaking coffin. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and young figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a warning expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent lowered his guard. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted path. In meeting an undiscovered animal of anxiety, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Kittener, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed, and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Monica, and Emily, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit and panic within the community contained. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispers during town hall meetings and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of having a property, and the level of hotel culture pursued approaching, believed to play on any decision. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters and finally caught sight of our inactive, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words fail me in describing its horror unnervingly tall, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing into smoke and thin air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custis Allison National Park, but have also bound our once-known community tighter than ever. We may never know if the unwind that still lurks within these woods and what has tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain, we will forever be prey to the nightmares of the haunted. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by adamant tranquillity could not break us, and instead, the thought of my learned to this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Castelzarleton National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest's echo. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, for the nearest time, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to be veteran, I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand hacienda style. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I lived and breathed a voice behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with a silky pocketbook, smiling at me with a Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. He hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Trent Lowell. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowell, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never missed an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift of storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to my heart. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wished my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen me, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable thrill of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold breeze swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, the sound echoed throughout the house like the call of an early creaking dog. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and blonde figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim-meek expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent Lowell is gone. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted carcass. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Hitterman, both avid hikers who had recently noted similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us and the nature-born conflict and conflict in the community. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hushed whispers during town hall meetings and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of having a crave, a malevolent folkloric creature from sumatology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunters had now become the hunters who finally caught sight of our nightmare, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words failing in describing this horror unnerving the tour, with razor-sharp technique loading immediately to claim another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into the air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once-named community tighter than ever. We may never know if the paranormality still lurks within these woods or what tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the makings of that night. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this Lexington home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once-naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Adenauer analytics could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest above. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, but never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering commitment. I never thought I'd find myself back in Roanoke Park, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along roadsides in Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand Hacienda-style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dared try to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura that was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the salt and pepper beard, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but laugh It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to lonely Carver. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan. Indeed, I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable thrill of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creaking coffin. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and young figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim meek expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent lowered his guard. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog lying near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorting carcass. If meeting one disfigured animal was desired, two instances seemed far from random. This stirred conversation with other locals, Nina Fiber and Henry Pittman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed, and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil home. As suspicion and feelings mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Diana, and Henry, we decided to stake out the path after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit and panic within the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface, and hush whispers during town hall meetings and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of Abenaki Ritter, a malevolent folkloric creature of psychology believed to prey on individuals. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters who finally caught sight of Abenaki, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words failing in describing its terror unnervingly poor, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into thin air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Valley National Park, but have also bound our once-loving community tight together. We may never know if the tranquillity still lurks within these woods where white tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain, we will forever be playing with the madness of it. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. smiling eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Adonai and Litter could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its beauty. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prieta, New Mexico. Those dusty suns scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My grandmother, the U.S. Ham, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the flat asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand Hacienda style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as close we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beamed from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the silver mechanical, smiling at me from his digital approach. Roberto, how long? It's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Tranquillity. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Tranquillity, the man we'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift of storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Prieta. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wished my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen me, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the hum of an old folk band. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and long figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim meek expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent lowered his gaze. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted carcass. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Frigo and Henry Kittinger, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and locals alike. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, with keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us and our vigil bore no hint of the community returning. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispers during town hall meetings and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of unforgettable, a malevolent folkloric creature from Sioux mythology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters. We finally caught sight of Abenaki, near Sue's disappearance took place. Words fail me in describing its terror unnerving and cruel, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it burned another helpless victim before vanishing in the smoke of its prey. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Costa Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once-married community tighter than ever. We may never know if a animality still lurks within these woods or what tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the madness of that winter. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park. Our once-lonely lives have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Abenaki analytic could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Costa Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering commitment. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Prior, New Mexico. Those dusty suns scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the cracked asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of the street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand museum style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dared try to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the silken pocketbook, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't heavy cup had asked that we might listen. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Trent Lowe. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowe, the man who'd grown up reading it. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-tingling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Power. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wished my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I replied with a face of excitement and laugh. All right, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raven called ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creeping clock. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale and young figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim-mood expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent Lowe responded. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards, and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like an animal carcass mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking our dog Riley down the path, we stumbled upon another disturbed fly. If meeting one disfigured animal was bizarre enough, two instances seemed far beyond it. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Freiberg and Henry Pittman, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed, and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park. In neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists and local delight. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and feelings mounted regarding by what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park by binoculars to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic figure. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. There we were at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, females fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit and panic within the community continued. We knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding the findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface in hush whispers during hard-earned interviews and panicked phone calls recounting the horrors of Cabinet Carlito, a malevolent folkloric creature of Scientology, believed to prey on anyone. Crossing this path, armed only with skin-coated flashlights, poking through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunters we finally caught sight of our binocular, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words fail me in describing its terror unnervingly clear, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing like smoke into thin air. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Costa Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once-known community tight together. We may never know if the animality still lurks within these woods where vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park at night. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by adamant analytic did not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Costa Gallata National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in Loma Pardo, New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family lived in the U.S. town, and they lived there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I was gone. I couldn't stand the pace. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop muttering. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the flat asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand hacienda style. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as kids we dare each other to sneak inside. The place had a cursed aura like it was cursed, or something. We were terrified of it. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with a salty Ecuador, smiling at me on his liberty-front porch. Roberto, my God, it's been ages. Really, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Trent Lowe. Roberto was practically giddy with excitement. Trent Lowe, the man who'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-chilling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Loma Park. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen me, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We ventured towards the decaying hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a rain fell ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old broken column. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a pale, blonde figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim-meek expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent Lowe is gone. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow, a husk of what I once was intrigued and concerned. We followed him. Inside the hacienda was a maze of antique furniture, creaking floorboards and eerie fading wallpaper. After all, my father was a respected ranger before me. However, no amount of experience or local knowledge could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. On my drive home, I noticed something strange on the side of the road. It looked like a number of cars, mutilated beyond recognition. An uneasy feeling settled at the pit of my stomach, but I brushed it off as coincidental wildlife activity and continued on my way. Later that night, while walking my dog Riley near my cabin, we stumbled upon another distorted pathway. If meeting one disfigured animal was desire enough, two instances seemed far from random. This spurred conversations with other locals, Nina Friday and Henry Kittimer, both avid hikers who had recently noticed similar gruesome discoveries in the woods. As days passed and more mutilated wildlife surfaced throughout the park, in neighboring areas of Montana, whispers of a dangerous predator emerged. Anxiety rippled through our community, while glimpses of a mysterious shadowy figure were reported by tourists smiling at night. Everything escalated one foggy morning when Sue Weatherby disappeared from her home without a trace. Fear, resentment, and shock blanketed our once tranquil park. As suspicion and theories mounted regarding who or what had brought such violence into our lives, I couldn't remain a bystander any longer. Collaborating with David, Nina, and Henry, we decided to stake out the park after nightfall to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic threat. Maybe it was my curiosity mixed with heated anger, or even my genuine concern for my friends and family in this small town. Whatever the reason, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. Though at 3 a.m., concealed in the brush, keen eyes fixed on the shadowy forest before us when our vigil bore no fruit in the community. I knew something had to change as we confided in local law enforcement regarding our findings. A policeman revealed that similar incidents were unfolding all over Montana. Old tales began to resurface and hush whispers during town hall meetings, and Kenneth Crave appealed recounting the horrors of Adenauer analytic, a malevolent folkloric creature from Sioux mythology, believed to prey on any living being. Crossing its path, armed only with slim hope and flashlights flickering through the darkness of these woods, we continued our search for answers. The hunted had now become the hunted. We finally caught sight of Adenauer, near where Sue's disappearance took place. Words failed in describing his terror unnerving and tall, with razor-sharp teeth that glowed in the moonlight as it named another helpless victim before vanishing in the snow. As I stand here today, Sue's fate remains uncertain. However, those horrific events have not only left an indelible mark on Custer Gallatin National Park, but have also bound our once-naive community tighter than ever. We may never know if a malady still lurks within these woods or once tormented our lives so violently, but one thing remains certain: we will forever be plagued with the nightmares of confusion. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, and life in our small community has gradually returned to normal. However, we remain ever vigilant and proactive in preserving the safety and sanctity of this place we call home. We have strengthened our bonds with law enforcement, invested in state-of-the-art surveillance technology, and created volunteer search parties to patrol the park. Our once naive eyes have been irrevocably opened to a world where the unthinkable can materialize without warning. As I glance upon the evergreen beauty of these woods, my heart is filled with both sorrow and cautious optimism, for we are survivors, steadfast and resilient in the face of adversity. The terror inflicted by Adenauer analytic could not break us. Instead, it fortified our love for this land and its people. Now more than ever, my sense of duty as a park ranger remains unwavering, as I strive to protect not only Custer Gallatin National Park, but also those who treasure it. Those shadows still linger in the forest depths. We refuse to let them hinder our pursuit of tranquility, embracing each day with hope, yet never forgetting the lessons that forge our unwavering unity. I never thought I'd find myself back in lonely heaven in New Mexico. Those dusty sun-scorched streets were the bane of my childhood, only interrupted by the occasional scream of a passing coyote or the distant echo of a gunshot. My family, the Ramirez clan, had been living there for generations, but as soon as I was old enough to know better, I took off. I couldn't stand the place. Yet here I stood 20 years later, a stranger in a desolate ghost town that would never stop haunting me. Nothing much had changed. The same old tumbleweeds danced across the flat asphalt, and the same ramshackle houses lay lifelessly along both sides of Main Street. But there was one building that caught my eye, the remnants of what had once been a grand Hacienda style house. It had been left to decay for as long as anyone could remember, and as I hit my derrick to sneak inside, the place had a cursed aura that was cursing, or something. We were terrified. Ricardo Ramirez. As I live and breathe a voice beam from behind me, I spun around to see my childhood friend Roberto Alvarez, now a full-grown man with the salt and pepper beard, smiling at me from his rickety front porch. Roberto, I bet it's been ages. I grinned, surprised to see a familiar face. We hugged tightly, and it felt like I was finally reconnecting with a piece of myself that I'd left behind. As we reminisced and caught up, I couldn't help but ask about the old hacienda. I'm still standing. As you can see, Roberto said with a smile. Oh, and you'll never guess who bought it. Tranquillity. Roberto was practically giving with excitement. Tranquillity, the man who'd grown up idolizing. He was a successful horror novelist and a legend in the literary world. We devoured his books as kids, and we never miss an opportunity to sneak into town at night to listen to his spine-tingling stories. It all made sense. Trent's gift for storytelling had brought a glimmer of hope to Lone Island. His sinister tales made the dark corners of our world exciting and mysterious. As a kid, I often wish my life could be one of his stories, the kind that could have made an audience shiver with dread. Ricardo, why don't you go pay him a visit? Roberto suggested it with a mischievous grin. It's been so long since he's seen you, and you're his biggest fan, after all. Indeed, I am. I replied with a mix of excitement and doubt. All right, let's do it. We ventured toward the home hacienda, and as each step brought us closer, I felt an inexplicable pull of curiosity mixed with dread. A cold wind swept through the air as we approached the front door, and a raving caught ominously in the distance. Roberto knocked hesitantly, and the sound echoed throughout the house like the creak of an old creaking coffin. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a tall and bent figure. He looked nothing like the photos we'd seen of him. His once devilish grin had vanished, replaced by a grim-meek expression. Trent, I asked hesitantly. It's me, Ricardo, from way back. Trent lowered his gun. He muttered, his voice distant and hollow. I am but a shadow